Vegas to Birmingham, we're now joined by driver for Apex Racing UK, who states has 156 road wins and 11 oval wins. Graham Carroll, good afternoon.
Yeah, hi Will, thanks for having me on.
So I heard first of all you're a little bit poorly.
Out in Vegas, the second day I was there, I sort of came down with a sort of cough, sort of flu sort of thing, but we'll get over it,
Talk about Vegas itself. I mean, for me, the one thing that stood out is how you as sim racers were really kind of treated like racers and given that kind of celebrity status quite a bit.
I think the suits we got given and everything, you know, it was just absolutely amazing. Then to get a teammate like Jose Maria and Sam Bird, and obviously everyone got their teammates as well. And like you say, we were treated really, really well. And it's not like we sort of turned up as gamers. All the pro guys really sort of looked at us as competition and not just sort of gamers. So it was good in that perspective, and how they sort of organised the event and with the sort of visa and how Formula E sort of worked it out. It was really good, and it was for the minute sort of me and Alex arrived on the Wednesday. I don't think we had sort of 10-15 minutes to sit down. You know, the schedule was absolutely flat out, but loved every minute of it, apart from the race obviously. But it was awesome, and hopefully it can sort of make sort of other competitions come out of it. You know, that's the big thing.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting things is going to be future of sim racing. That was really the first time that we saw I'm going to call it the LAN way of doing it, compared to what traditionally we have in iRacing with the everyone racing online. Do you think it's different? What did you enjoy running in that kind of LAN setting more to iRacing? What's the pros and cons from your perspective?
Look, I've always said that iRacing is the best of the best. The only thing that drew me towards it was the money, you know, that's the only thing. But there was, like, I was speaking to Gregor when we were out there as well, and he was one of the people that really hated like the input lag. It was one of the big things for everyone, and he really struggled with that. But it was good again to see all these really, really quick guys be on exactly the same machinery as everyone else and see who's who and who can adapt to it the quickest. And I've got to take my hat off to Bono. I've said that numerous times. He drove absolutely outstanding, you know. So I know there was some really, really good points, but there were some not so great points as well. But for sim racing as a whole, I think we need to stop talking about the bad points about it and just talk about the positives, because we're all trying to make this sim grow, make sort of sim racing grow, and that's what we're all trying to do together, you know. So that's the big picture here.
Well, let's move on and talk a little bit about your iRacing career. And of course, the key thing that we're going to start talking about is you participating again in the 2017 iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. So for yourself, I mean, talking to Alex Simpson earlier on, and you are going to probably have the biggest team on the grid in 2017.
We've definitely got a few quick guys coming up through the Pro Series. They're doing really, really well. We've definitely got a strong team behind us. Again, myself, Alex, and Anton and Pete, and so many to name, to be fair. But it's going to be a good year, and I'm looking forward to getting stuck back in about it. And I think now that we've sort of met all these guys in Vegas and seen what they're all about, you know, it's time that Apex won a race and got a pole and all this kind of stuff. And I know I said it going into last year's one. I knew it was my first WCS, but we're not here to finish second, you know. We're here to win, and we want to be finishing right at the top this series. And I'll do the first few rounds, and if it's the Gregor and Martin show again, I think I'll be packing it in quickly.
Well, we're down to 12 rounds this season, so compared to the 16 that we usually use in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. And I've just been given a promo by Motorsport Auctions, a global selling platform. Yeah, moving on. So 12 rounds. So the sense of urgency is a lot higher compared to previously, because it means that all of a sudden you can't mess up.
That's it, you know. I went into it as well. First round last year, I can't even remember, one of the IVRA guys just completely wiped me out first round. Excuse me. Second round, Phillip Island, I put my hand up, I had half a lap short of fuel. And then Sebring, one of the Radicals guys, wiped me out. So, and then I went on a sort of bouncy numerous top 10 results that would they really, if you took the first 3 rounds out of the equation and just gave me an average top 10, I would have been ahead of Bacala at one point, you know. So it's all ifs and buts, but when you look at it like that, that's what I want to make sure. I've had my bad year to start with, and now I need to know finishing, and just points are the main thing, you know. You've got to learn off these guys that have done it for 5 years straight, and it's time to do well, you know.
You talk about pole positions, of course. Radicals got themselves their first pole position last year in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. NX Racing scored themselves their first win with Yoni Tamala in the World Championship Series. And one of the things that we saw with the McLaren is that in many ways it proved to be a leveler. So we heard all the stories with the Williams that, the established teams have the advantage because they've been doing it for so long. The McLaren kind of wiped some of that out a little bit. So, do you think that you can get a pole position at the very least this season?
Yep, I do believe it now. It's time. Got some new equipment. Hopefully that'll help. And it's just the time. You know, we're not here to, like I say, I'm going to do the first the first 3 or 4 rounds and see how we get on. But I'm not here to be going about in 10th place or even 3rd or 4th place, but 40 seconds off the lead. You know, that's just wasted time kind of thing. So we're here to win and do well, and I think we've got the resources and the team this year to really do it, you know.
That is a bold mission statement. Now we're going to hold you to that. Race victories, pole positions at the very minimum then for Apex and for Graham Carroll. You talk about your setup actually. Talk us through the setup that you use for iRacing.
That I use at home?
Yeah.
Well, I sort of got a little sponsorship for the HE pedals for going out to Vegas, so I've got myself a set of them coming shortly, and I recently just bought a Leo Bodner steering system. So I'd like to think, you know, the steering wheel and the pedals is probably the best you're going to get at the minute, and there's nothing else apart from the loose nut behind the wheel that's going to make it go quicker, you know. So that's I'm not that I've blamed any equipment in the past, but just this is the year that we need to do well, and if there's a peak in my sim racing career where I've been doing well, I think sort of this Vegas thing has really given me confidence and really pushing me forward to do well, you know.
Well, let's talk a little bit more away from the World Championship Series. First of all, what else are you going to be doing on iRacing in 2017?
There's a chance I maybe do Blancpain. A team of guys that are in there at the minute that I've spoke to Alex about maybe jumping in, but we'll see, because I would never like to upset a team that's working well and going to qualify. But we'll take it as it comes. Not a big deal if we don't. Again, to be fair, it's just helping out Alex with stuff in the academy. I quite enjoy seeing drivers come through that and picking up speed and getting better and better. To be fair, any other competition that comes out there with cash, it's time to just attack it and treat it like Vegas. You know, like that was one of the things with Vegas. I treated it like a job. You know, I was on it 6 hours a day, and that's why I won the first round. You know, I was ready to go, and it really paid off. I know I never done well in the race, but I still walked away with $20,000. So any competition that there is this year with cash prizes and a decent cash prize, I'll be all over it.
All in for the money. Real racing as well, very quickly.
I will see. I developed a new Formula Ford car last year. Yep. I'm not too sure if we're going to do it again. Possibly, but probably just the odd selected Formula Ford events, the big races here and there. And again, I'm making more money at sim racing than I am in real racing, so it's hard to go real racing at the minute.
And well, that's one of the things really. I want to, before we finish up, talk about what you learn on iRacing to take into the real racetrack, but also what you learn on the racetrack that you can bring back to iRacing. I mean, how much of a link is there? Put
it this way, I stopped real racing in 2008 when I ran out of money. I won the British Championship, and I went away from it for quite a while, and I went back 2 years ago, 2015. I won one of the biggest Formula Ford races in history, 150 entries, some of the best drivers in the world on Formula Ford, and I'd never have won that Formula Ford race without iRacing. And when you're battling with people and you're off, when you take off at the start or you're 1-to-1 and you're battling with guys, it is exactly the same parts of your brain you're using that you would do in real life, you know. So it just keeps you ultra sharp. When you change the setup in the car, it's the feeling you're getting. It's exactly the same you're getting in real life, you know. So it's so similar, you know. It's don't get me wrong, there's slight things, tyre models and bits and bobs that you have to deal with, but the core of it is just exactly the same, and iRacing do such a good job to replicate it. It's just such a key tool to me, to be fair.
Welcome back for the second segment of the DGFX 1000 Miles of Silverstone. We just had Connery and Neil check out for the rest of their evening. It's pretty hot in the UK. Of course, it's hot here in San Diego as well. And it's a little bit on fire. But your commentary team, production team for the second half of the race, be myself, Randy Chinnett, Hugo Louis, doing stuff for the production booth, and the man of many identities, most notably Void, given his recent appearance in The Incredibles 2. David Haynes will be joining as well. David, I know it's winter down there in Australia, and I'm a little bit jealous.
Thank you. Yes, coming at you from Brisbane, Australia. But right now, the racing is coming at us from Silverstone Circuit in the UK.
So we will go down the top 8 in your class as we start here. Team Husingveld, number 78, is currently leading in your prototype division, running HPD, LMP2 spec, no LMP1 cars in this race tonight. Simitaki Esports, about 42 seconds off that leader in the second spot in class, with 1050 Barmanera Racing Green in third. Those 3 cars are the only 3 on the lead lap in that category. F4H Motorsports Bico Debato is in the 4th spot, with My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing Podcast HPD in 5th. Berlin Sinsport in 6th. Rincon Arduso Racing Lead or Lead in 7th, and AOR rounding out the top 8. GT category, for reference, is pretty much a Porsche field. About 2/3, it is a GTE class. About 2/3 of the class is Porsches, a third of it is Ferraris, and there is one lowly Ford in the field because, you know, the balance of performance is so equal. Geodesic Racing Gold leads the way in number 56. The Lorenz and Godvand Toxic car is in that second spot. Porsches take the top 2. Third place is TBR, powered by Craig Docks, in the 3rd spot. Torque Freak Racing in 4th, and Radicals Online JRT round out your top 5, with F4H Motorsport in 6th, Team Husingveld number 35 in 7th, and Berlin Sinsport number 94 rounding out that top 8. And really, I think the big talking point for this race, David, is going to be the fact this is really the first high-level endurance event I can think of where we've seen these Porsches in competition, and they are putting on a fantastic show. These guys have gotten these cars up to speed pretty dang quick.
Absolutely, seeing a lot of pace out of the Porsche cars. Is it balance of performance? Is it a car that's easier to drive? We know that sometimes an equal one-lap pace can be extracted from these cars, but over a race stint, some are more comfortable to drive, suit the average driving style. I guess we're learning some of that right now.
It is definitely one of those things. The Ferrari, up until recently, has pretty much been the go-to car for the GTE spec. The Ford, I know a lot of people say that it's pretty much equal, but only ever seen it really succeed once, and that was in the Petit Le Mans last year when Husingveld Core Motorsports took the win. Outside of that, it's been pretty much all Ferraris, all prancing horse. So it's good to see a little bit of separation, but it's also good to see these LMP2 cars come out and get some attention, David, because the new LMP1s came out, the Audi and the Porsche. Of course, there's going to be a lot of attention put on those because they are LMP1 after all. But these P2 cars, I think, are going to be very important to sort of the ecosystem of endurance racing on iRacing, because those LMP1 cars are so complicated, and not only in terms of how you have to set them up, but how you have to drive them, how you're going to approach strategy in them. As we actually got a car spinning off turn 1. This is a Porsche Bad Cactus Racing. Zach House do the exit of turn 1. Kind of a pretty easy to make there, just pushing a little bit wide on the AstroTurf, picking up a little bit too much throttle, and spun down. Actually did a very good job keeping that out of the wall. It's not often, David, that you can have that spin at turn 1 and not just plow that wall on the right-hand side. So well done by Zach.
Yeah, well, during the switchover between the first and the second half, we saw one of those P2 cars get loose out of Cop's corner on that bit of grass wide of the curbing and get into the outside wall. This time, this Porsche spun to the inside and managed to avoid any contact. But obviously, just beyond that curbing in Cop's turn, there's a bit of slippery grass out there, and you've got to be careful.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of segments like that on this racetrack where things get a little bit tight and things get a little bit, let's say, slick, especially when you push it off wide. And that's one of the things. This track looks like it has a runoff, David, but a lot of runoff. And some of the corners it does, but a lot of the corners what you have is you sort of have that AstroTurf barrier. It where it goes racetrack and then curb and then AstroTurf / grass and then runoff. And that little patch of the grass and AstroTurf can really upset the car. It's not like it, is at COTA where you just have miles of runoff, or some areas at Spa are like that, especially on the modern version, not the version we have in the sim. And when you have that, it can just be so dangerous, because all that happens is that it just gets the car loose and you end up skidding across the asphalt instead of just pushing wide.
Yeah, the change of surface, a sudden change of grip, and it's catching some people out. And I think that's good. Make them stay on the track, keep everyone alert, and reward good, clean driving.
Definitely one of the things you need to look out for. To my knowledge, we don't really have too many close battles up and down the field. We did get a warning here just come through for car number 145. That's actually going to be the driver. That's going to be the VRTE Racing Cobalt car. They're running 9th in their category. 160 and the 182. Apparently pretty close on track. That's David Costello in the 4X Racing HPD. And Phil Roberts in the Torque Freak Racing Sunset car. So a couple prototypes duking it out for the last spot in the top 10. And it's actually been Phil Roberts in that Torque Freak car who's had the pace advantage, it looks like, the last couple laps. So Costello looks like he might be in risk here of dropping out of the top 10, which is never something you want to happen with about 4 hours or so left in a race.
Yep, I've got a real soft spot for these HPD P2 cars. I love the way they drive, and like you said, the P1's getting a lot of attention in iRacing endurance events, but this is a car that you really just drive with the throttle and with the steering wheel. There's no energy recovery systems, there's no fancy deployment maps. It's pure driving. Nothing against the P1s, but there's also something to be said for watching these kind of cars race.
Definitely right about that. There's sort of a simplicity to these LMP2s, and of course even with modern LMP2 and the modern sort of the Daytona prototypes that they have running as well, that are just so, it's just a bunch of downforce, decent amount of power, a lot of tires. Actually, this Torque Freak car thinking about making a move up the inside here on the run into Priory. Not quite going to happen as they head towards turns 15 and then 16 at Luffield in just a moment. Once you get to this segment of the racetrack, it's pretty difficult to make a move. So Roberts behind is going to have to be really patient, try to get a good run here off Luffield and the run down towards Woodcote. Doesn't get quite the exit I think he'd like, but the front straightaway is pretty long here. We'll be able to slipstream up a little bit. Up into Cops, turn 1 for the 184th time for these guys. A little bit loose, actually, for that 4X Racing HPD. This is going to allow Torque Freak to reel him in on the run down into the S's. Will he be bold enough to go side by side? He'll look down to the right-hand side, but no, won't be able to get the nose in there. Costello, not a great line through the S's, though, and that's going to hemorrhage a lot of time back towards Phil Roberts. Down now, the hanger straight, one of the most famous segments of a racetrack in the world, and the run down into Stowe. Still not quite close enough with that Torque Freak car. Dirty Air, I think, not quite panning out for them just yet as they're hard on the brakes down in towards Stowe. And watching this gap sort of ebb and flow, I would actually guess, David, that Torque Freak car probably running a little bit more downforce is down now in towards Club. An aggressive move by the 82 through the left-hander. He's going to pick up that spot. That Torque Freak Racing car smelled blood in the water, had maybe one opportunity, and he took it. As now the fight is going to come between David Costello and Sam Sanders in that 1050 Barbonera Racing blue car, just behind now, just by a few tenths of a second.
Looks like he just got focused on that GT car ahead, and the opportunity was taken by Philip Roberts, late on the brakes, but I think a fair move. That's multi-class racing here. Got those GT cars up in front of them, and got to keep an eye on that and an eye on the mirror. It's tough.
Definitely is one of the elements, I will agree. There's nothing wrong with that. It was aggressive, but sometimes racing gets aggressive as Now Sam Sanders is going to try to figure out how to dice his way ahead of this 4X Racing HPD. You also have their class leader just coming through, Michael Shorter, working his way down to the front straightaway. Little 3 wide moment as he puts the car underneath Sam Sanders on the outside of that Ferrari. And through Cops now, they're going to flow through race leader using a little bit of that curbing as David Costello dealing with some traffic as well. Can your race leader get through it? He should just be able to. Sam Sanders, importantly, is just actually going to be able to squeak by. I didn't think he was going to be able to, and that's actually really good because that's going to allow him to keep that margin to Dave Costello and really keep up the pressure as they head down Hanger Straight once again.
Yeah, they're going to go 3 wide. They do as they approach Stowe, and it all sort of settles down as they approach the braking zone.
So through Stowe and on the run down towards Vale and Club once again. Of course, Vale is technically the left-hander, but most people just call this entire section of the circuit Club. Through this long right-hander now, you have Shane Norton, the Virtual Apex Racing Group GT Red Porsche. Both of your prototypes that are fighting here for now what is 11th spot on the racetrack. Going to cycle on through. Sam Sanders going to poke the nose a little bit down into Abbey, but nothing going just yet. Down the farm straight on the run town in towards Bridge, which is just going to be blisteringly quick in these cars. Pretty much a slight lift, David. And honestly, I think if you have enough downforce on the car, you probably don't even need to lift for Bridge at all.
Yeah, I was watching some of the practice sessions earlier in the week, and I think you can keep it pinned through there unless you've really worn out your tyres.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing, and that's going to be one of the points on the racetrack that actually will... That'll show the difference between a setup that's really dialed in and someone that has a setup that's kind of just close to dialed in. It's if you're going to be able to keep your foot flat to the floor through that sector of the racetrack, because there's so much time you can potentially lose or gain as the Reverend Racing Ford GT is going to come off pit road. As this fight's going to continue here between these two prototypes. Costello really seems to be struggling out there, doesn't quite have the speed, doesn't really have the lines through the S's either, especially through the first part. He seems to lose a lot of time and just be about half car width or so off groove. He gets to the apex, but it's the way he's trying to link those S's together that isn't quite the way you generally want to do it. But he seems to have that car trimmed out because everyone that's been behind him is, oh, big spin now from that number 50 of Sam Sanders. I think he may have locked the rear tire on the entry down in towards Stowe, and that's going to give now a lot of time to Costello. Pretty much free and easy-peasy timer. Actually, you know what? The Sam Sanders just barely put that left rear tire on the dirt, and that's going to always take that grip off that tire and just spit the car right around. So an unfortunate mistake there from Sam Sanders, pushing really hard, trying to apply the pressure and pick up a spot. Now he's going to lose a lot of time.
Yes, it slid as he turned in there, and he's corrected, and it snapped back the other way. Lucky to avoid the wall, I think, because that was sideways at a lot of speed. And the track temp out there is quite hot, so that really shows the difference between the guys who've got a setup that feels balanced on this kind of track temperature, and there are some guys maybe struggling with that rear grip.
Talking about the temperature, it's sort of a... You know, it's been relatively hot in Silverstone this weekend for the British Grand Prix that's happening, and it's actually a little bit toasty here today as well. It's not too hot. It's 66 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's clear skies, which means that track temperature is up to a toasty 100 degrees. That's going to be making this thing very, very slick for these drivers. And this is the sort of the conditions, David, that really, you know, this is the sort of situation where if I loaded into this server, and saw those weather conditions, I'm going to think about putting in a higher downforce trim onto the car than what I was maybe practicing with, say, in default weather, which is kind of what most people will go to. They might test in slightly warmer, might test in slightly cooler as well. With this hotter temperatures, adding a little bit of wing to the car is going to help your stability, and it's really going to help keep your tires in check as well. That little bit of extra wing can a lot of times make a big, big difference, especially when you're talking about a 1,000-mile, nearly 10-hour-long race, unless we get cautions. Actually, we're going to get our first full course yellow of the race right here.
Wow, I'm excited to see, or interested even to see what's triggered that. Just as you said it, they've thrown one. That is maybe gonna, well, it definitely will close up some of the gaps on the lead lap in both classes, but that'll change the face of this race.
Definitely is. There's going to be a bit of a dwell here. It's probably going to be about 20-25 minutes of downtime. Normally how long a yellow lasts or so, maybe closer to 15. We're trying to figure out where that incident actually happened because I'm not sure yet, but You're absolutely right. This is going to shake up everything because you have, in both your classes, you have the Team Housingville number 78, Simitalk, and 1050 Barbonera Racing Green. Those three cars are separated about 1 minute and 20 seconds on the track. They're now going to basically be separated down to nothing. And in your GT field, Geodesic Racing Gold and the Godvan car, the Lorenz and Godvan car. I know they were calling it the Govan car in the first segment, so I'll try to give Lorenz a bit of love in this segment. You also have the TBR powered by Craig Dock's car, Torque Freak, and Radicals Online JRT all on the same lap. So that's going to be a very tightly contested GT field once this field kind of gets themselves reset.
Yeah, pace car has made its way out there. It's not an especially fast pace car, and Race Control currently doing their best to sort the order behind the pace car. It can be quite difficult in multi-class in iRacing to properly have the pace car not put some people in the slower class a lap ahead of where they should be. So Race Control for this series doing a very good job to make this fair and also to keep control of this race. I think we might find a replay right now of the incident that has brought out this caution for the number 252 car, Speedworks Racing Team West. Well, they've maybe a mechanical issue because they've pulled off the track there, and I'm seeing some damage to the car, but we haven't seen a huge crash for them there.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. Looks like they just, it seems like you're right. They kind of just pulled off. Actually, you know what? I don't think that was a mechanical issue. I think that was related to that damage because, you know what? There was a bit of contact with that car. It had a slight run-in with Chris Fuller, the Torque Freak Racing Porsche number 81, going through Stowe. There was a little bit of contact. It wasn't a big hit, but it was enough to break the suspension on that Speedworks Racing Porsche. Just that little bit, clipped the right rear, and then another secondary contact with a prototype. That was Jake Farquhar in the My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing Podcast HPD. That, I think, is technically the hit that would have broken the suspension on that car, either the right front or the right rear, not really sure which, because watching as Jan-Marc Tremblay was trying to drive that car off the racing surface, he had to have about 100 degrees or so input right just to keep that car going straight. So I think he was in a position, once he got to about the outside of club, he just didn't have enough wheel rotation to turn the car right with the sort of suspension damage he had, and that's why he chose to pull it off there, which can be a very good choice because, sometimes you end up in this situation, David, you try to limp the car back to the pits, and, drivers will oftentimes just try to keep it off the racetrack. When you have damage like that, it can be really difficult trying to get the car stopped and rotated when you're on a slick surface like grass. So I think, honestly, calling it in there was probably the safest option, and overall a good one for that 252.
And a great decision for our amount of airtime, Randy, because we were definitely going to hit the number of laps before we hit the time certain finish. We've seen that replay from a few angles. What do you think? It looks like the Torque Freak car has missed the apex a little bit, gone a bit wide, but not.
Oh, we got
massively.
other drama. Our race leader, Team Housingville number 78, just had an issue coming. He tried to come down towards pit road, and I think realized that pit lane was actually closed. And this is something that can often happen for these road racers when they get exposed to full course cautions for the first time. They're not familiar with the rules. So number 78 car just attempted to come down pit road and bailed out at the last moment. I'm going to be interested to see if there's a penalty for that, because he drove across the track, and at the end of the day, you have to think about the fact that all these drivers, Corey Roan, they're the half dozen cars that actually passed him that's supposed to be sticking behind him, and because he never actually technically passed and entered pit road, those drivers might get a black flag with the automated system within the sim. So a rookie mistake, well, I won't say a rookie mistake there, but sort of the evidence of what you can see when you're not used to doing the full course yellows as someone in these prototypes and in these road course races.
Hell, they went more than 5 hours without a caution in this race, and now they've got one. Some of them, well, the procedure in this series and this race for the full course cautions might not be as fresh in their mind, but with regards to the black flags, I've seen that Race Control and the admins doing a very good job, a keen eye, and whatever their decision is, I'm sure the innocent parties won't be penalised for it.
I think you're right about that. They will likely look into that. Race Control is still trying to get people waved around. mostly just getting the GT cars back sort of with the cars they're competing with. And I think this is good strategy, because really with safety cars like this, it takes on a bit of an American-style endurance racing, because obviously in Europe with the WEC and whatnot, you have multiple safety cars, you have slow zones and the like. Here with just a single safety car, you can sometimes have one of two things happen. You either can have people lose a bunch of time, potentially lose a lap, depending on how the safety car chooses to chop the field, or you can often have someone pick up time and potentially get an advantage to the safety car. And I think it's always a good decision, preferring to give people a slight advantage and a slight edge and let gaps come in, as opposed to essentially maybe potentially ruining someone's race and having them go a full lap down. I think it's a lot more fair in that respect. And I know, of course, if you're leading, that having that driver in second spot be able to get a bunch of free time, you're not going to be particularly happy about that. But as a commentator and as a spectator, it's a much better, I think, compromise to give that second place car time than to give that first place car a potential free win.
Exactly. What we all want to see from a safety car is, a safe extraction of the cars that have stopped, and then what we're thinking of.
Questionable moment here as well. David Haynes, sorry to interrupt, but drivers are currently getting the wave around, and as Corey Roon in the Geodesic Racing Gold car almost pulled down into one of those cars that was getting the wave around, and a close little moment on the run in towards Bridge, as these guys seems to be a little bit of confusion, as most of these cars have got the wave around, and now they're sort of getting back in the line. So I feel like a lot of people maybe didn't read through that driver's briefing on the yellow
procedure.
Routine, procedure, there you go. A little bit of a mind blank, and there's a handful of sort of odd situations happening here.
Yeah, that was a close moment, seeing the HPD going onto the grass as the wave-by procedure begins. What I was, going to say is that when we see a safety car, from a spectator perspective and from a racing perspective, we want to see the battles brought together, not see the safety car chop apart battles that were taking place.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing. As drivers are going to continue getting the wave around here. I don't think too many people have opted to come down pit road. I see a couple on the pit lane. Who's that? We have a Porsche in Clifton Arjano, the V-Apex Racing Group Gold car. I think besides that, no one has taken the opportunity. Shane Norton from another Virtual Apex Porsche also going to come down pit road as well. So two sister cars ought to take a trip down pit road and get advantage out of this one. Excuse me. Actually, it's a very quick pit from that number 64.
Yeah, my understanding, the cars on the lead lap get the opportunity to pit, and then they come back out, and then the cars that were laps down get a lap back and then get the opportunity to pit, I believe, but we'll see what transpires in this safety car period.
Yep. Of course, a number of cars have also gotten the wave around, so it's going to be a few more minutes waiting for these guys and getting them back in and back up towards the rest of the field. And I will say, David, this is actually something I love to see series do and implement, because I've been a huge proponent to having cautions and the like, and even slow zones potentially brought into a lot of these events in the sim, because without them, it just turns into a bland hot lap fest pretty much. And that's not to say that there's no strategy involved, but you sort of, whenever you join the server for 99.9% of endurance races, the flat out best strategy is basically going to be to fill the car up, go as fast as you can until it's empty, come down pit road, get tires, and fill it up again. I like what having the potential uncertainty of cautions and having people be able to make decisions and how teams work with the yellow flag really can change the aspect of the race, because I honestly think we've not seen any teams in road racing for these private leagues that use them. We've not seen the cautions yet really change the race, because so many of the drivers are inexperienced dealing with the yellows. But when you think about some of the events we've seen in IndyCar racing on the iRacing sim, the way that yellow flag strategy can dictate those races, and even in things like the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze iRacing series, a lot of times the person who wins the race is who makes the right decision for tires based on a yellow or on fuel, especially in the IndyCar. How much fuel do you take? When do you actually come down and take tires? Gambling on yellows can be a very, very big thing in motorsports, and including in endurance racing. And it's an element that we really don't get, because so many of these races the drivers know it's just going to be green the entire way.
You're exactly right. There's a few road racing series I can think of off the top of my head that do use a caution system and throw a yellow for safety car for certain incidents, but the way it's handled does make it difficult on the amount of resources that the series organisers have and the live race control that they need. So V8 Scops, GT Leagues Australia, those are two I can think of that it adds an aspect to the strategy and the depth of the racing because they utilise that.
Yeah, it definitely does. As people are still getting waved around, I believe we should be getting another extension of the yellow here. Lights are technically out on the safety car. See if they get extended. If it does not, we will be going green next time by. Actually pretty quick as far as yellow periods go. That was, let's see, how many laps has this been? As they go to, let's find a race leader to get the best sort of number here. Really 4 laps of caution. Pretty short for caution periods, especially, you know, I mean, I've seen caution periods that last 30-40 minutes in real life. Granted, we don't have to pair a barrier or get a, you know, spend however long getting a driver out of a car potentially, but 10-minute turnaround, really not a whole lot of time for these guys. So the admin's doing a good job getting things done very, very quickly and efficiently here.
Yeah, this roof safety car, not booking it around the circuit, but not going too slowly. Lights are out. You're right. Will we see them come back on, or will we be going green this time? But still, yep. I'm very happy with the job the admins are doing to make the process. Oh, yep. The lights come back on. We will have at least one more lap of safety car. But yes, very happy with the job the admins are doing to make this safety car procedure fair on everyone, and also return us to green flag racing as soon as they safely can.
I will say this, you know, just, you know, discussing the different methods that some series have in terms of how they actually do it. What do you think about this decision that DGFX is going for, to line up essentially all the prototypes line astern and then get all the GT cars out there? Because that looks like pretty much what they're trying to do, because there's nothing but prototypes until you get about 11 cars deep, and there's a couple straggling GT cars like the Geodesic, and then there's occasionally a couple scattered prototypes that are really, really far down their field. Do you like this where they just line up all the cars in the class, or do you like keeping them intermingled, which is typically what we see in real life, both in IMSA, and you also see it in WC as well, with the likes of, you know, when they bring out the triple safety car, it's pretty much, you know, semi-random in terms of how the cars are scattered. I think having that bit of scattering and having the cars kind of intermingled with one another, maybe not as safe because the cars are all stacked up and you're talking about huge differentials in terms of speed. I think it sort of keeps some of the gaps that were there. So for the likes of Team Husingveld, if they have a handful of GT cars between them and Simitalk, they still have an element of that advantage they had before the caution period. Seems like a good compromise.
Yeah, I think I don't mind having the classes separated for this restart, because we haven't had a caution since the start of the race. This is our first caution. But if, you know, some series use a quick yellow if there's been a yellow in the previous 30 minutes or so, I wouldn't mind this procedure happening, and then if there was, you know, another yellow were to follow quickly, them to not spend as much time doing the waiver rounds and releasing GT cars that are trapped between the prototype leader and their class leader. So I guess you can mix it up within the one race, but it is challenging to have these safety car procedures in a multi-class race and not be unfair to slower class cars that find themselves, you know, trapped between different class leaders and such.
Yeah, that is one thing, can oftentimes be a situation. Now, we are going to have pit road open up for the first time. So pretty much your entire prototype field is coming down pit road. There's a number of cars that are going to stay out. I believe those cars are pretty much all laps down. For the most part, everyone who has the opportunity is taking. You're also seeing GT cars coming down pit road. Geodesic Racing Gold, the Lawrence car, Torque Freak Racing who's in third. Actually, the fourth place running car is going to stay out, and this might circulate this car to the race lead. So a bit of an interesting strategy call by Lewis Goodway. And did that car actually, yes, that car recently made a pit stop on lap number 179. Compare that to Geodesic, who was leading the class, have not yet come down pit road. So a bit of an interesting call there. So that Ferrari cycling out into the race lead after making a pit stop. Tires, of course, will be slightly older, but with the caution period lasting a handful of laps, will end up cooling themselves back down. So the Craig setup shop car gets himself out in towards the race lead. Now, will they be able to keep it out there when we go back to green?
That does remain to be seen. Talking tyres, saw quite almost everyone in the prototype field taking fuel and then going up on the jacks to take new tyres. I think when you've got the time behind the safety car, absolutely you'd take the new tyres. We'll have to take a look when our prototype leaders come through for their next pit stops to see who is potentially double stinting tyres. Quite hot out there on the track surface. The British sun doesn't get all that much time to peek out between some clouds, so there's no clouds today, and it's doing its best to bake that tarmac.
Yeah, the sun's getting its money's worth without so many clouds out there. Now, I will say the lights on the safety car has gone back on, so we will have another lap of caution on top of this. It is, like you said, race control is going to basically make sure they get the fairest situation possible before they just release the field to go back to green flag racing. They don't want to screw over half of a GT field or anything. I mean, one thing I want to talk about, David, is, of course, your recent appearance in the Incredibles 2 movie, appearing as Void. How was that of an experience?
Well, you know, I don't currently have a trademark lawyer, but since that movie came out, I'm very thoroughly considering getting one.
Now, are you preferred being referred to as Void? Is that better than getting referred to as Skrillex, or what's the deal there?
I'll take anything now between Void, Skrillex, Tiger Lily, Hungry Bear. Any of those, if you yelled them at me in the street, I'd probably turn around.
Oh, a little bit of banter here, which will, of course, keep heating up. And what has been a pretty quick race. There's been a couple people who have said, who have mentioned the fact that this event reminds them of the Petit Le Mans. It's pretty much the same thing. 1,000-mile race. It has a 10-hour time limit, and it's pretty much 10 hours or 1,000 miles, whichever comes first. So this pretty much bang on a Petit Le Mans, but at Silverstone, David, which is pretty unique because we don't get a lot of these two distance races for the endurance events. It's always two a time, as now I think some of the lap down cars will have the opportunity to come down pit road if they so choose, or they can take the wave around and get a lap back, which is I think what most will likely go for here. But it's always interesting to me having these lap limited endurance events because you don't see them too often, but when you do, it's always they tend to put on a really, really good show because it makes the drivers really have to think about the race in a different way, knowing you're running to a lap count, especially if you're in a GT car, knowing that you're running to the prototype leader's lap count versus a time on the clock. Now, that said, if we string together a handful more cautions, we could end up racing to 10 hours real quick.
No, you're right. There's, I guess, in the traditional history of sports car racing, we had a lot of distance races, 1,000-kilometer races, some in Europe that are escaping my memory. And we've sort of moved to this format of 2-hour, 40-minute races, 3-hour races, 6-hour races, and 24-hour races. I guess in Australian endurance racing, the most famous would still be the Bathurst 1000, which is still run to a lap number and a 1,000-kilometer distance. But yeah, I guess it's interesting from a strategy perspective as well, having cautions to say 314 laps or 10 hours if that's what happens first. We were definitely looking like we were going to hit the lap number before we got this caution. We're still, with our fast prototype cars, going to most likely, we could probably have another caution after this and still be on track to hit the 1,000 miles before we hit the 10 hours. But it's I guess the teams would have to look at it and say, you got to do your strategy for time and your strategy for lap number.
It should still be good for the distance. I mean, your race leader right now is on lap 197. You figure they've probably lost, I'd say 9. For reference, I mean, it's about 1:38 for a decently quick race lap for the prototypes. They're chugging along right now, doing 3:20s or so behind the safety car, occasionally 3:30s, depending how they're ebbing and flowing and whatnot. So they've lost about, basically for every lap they've done under the caution, they should have had 2 green flag laps. So we should, in theory, be about 2:05, 2:06. I still think we're well in the clear to get this race done, potentially within the next 2.5 hours, if they get out there and get on it and potentially go to the end without another safety car. But that said, that would be a little bit boring. I'd almost like to see another one.
Well, I guess we've had first yellow, when's second yellow? So I guess one makes a second one more likely as we bring more cars onto the lead lap, giving some guys who thought they were maybe out of contention a chance to fight hard and maybe get on the podium. And we're just bringing everyone together into the one part on the track. Yellows breed yellows. Is that not what they say, Randy?
That's what they say in the oval racing. That's definitely something they talk about. And you know, especially getting a restart. A lot of these road course guys, you know, you talk about those who are the endurance specialists. You only really have one start of the race, you know, 99% of the time. And oftentimes, you know, there's probably 60 to 70% of drivers out there have never started an event like this. So now if you're the car who is, if you're the driver who's been plucked into the car sort of in this middle stage of the race, you know, you've potentially never started one of these endurance races. You know, in 4 years, I've never started one of these endurance races. Now you're basically going to have to be doing a start where all of your competition is lined up. And then about 20 or so minutes into your stint, if you're a prototype driver, you're going to be getting into a huge train of GT traffic. This might be a first time for a lot of these guys really experiencing this on an event of this scale, you know, outside of course, everyone's experience starts in the official series for sure. But outside of, you know, doing something like this where there's all this pressure versus the iRacing Le Mans series, something official and whatnot, this is going to be a bit of a stress test for a lot of these guys. And I think there's going to be some who bode well with it, and there will likely be some people who don't bode so well and probably falter.
I'm very excited to see this restart, and we keep talking about it can't be far away. And once again, the lights are out. We've had pit service. It could be this time around. And how many prototypes have we now got on that prototype lead lap? I see 4, and then 3 1 lap down, if I'm seeing that correctly. Although it might update soon on me.
Yeah, we might get it. We might get another timing update for those that did end up taking the wave around. We'll have to wait and see. But lights are still out on that safety car. Doesn't seem to me at this point that race control has any intention to extend it, because I believe all the cars have had their opportunity to come down pit road. Cars that were laps down got the ability to get the wave around and sort of pick up where they were before the safety cars split them and their battles up. Everyone's been down and off of pit road. We don't have anyone really speeding around the track. We have one long train of cars at this point. The race leader going in towards essentially Vale and then Club. The last car in line is actually on the run down the hangar straight towards Stowe. So the entire field is lined up here, and this is the situation you want for race control. I don't see much reason to push this start back whatsoever. We're probably going to be going green this time by. Get your seatbelts on, get strapped in, do whatever you have to do. I don't have too many Cam Walshisms to spit out here, but these are about to pick up very, very quickly up and down your entire field here.
And the call from race control just then, not going green this time. Yeah, well, you were talking about that we hadn't had a caution when we got a caution, and you're talking about maybe we're going to go green this time, and we don't. Commentators seem to have such an effect on a race such as this. But what this caution has given us is one more prototype car on the lead lap. I'm seeing 4 prototypes now on the lead lap and all together, and 7, I think, GT category cars all together on the lead lap. When we do go green, it's going to be spicy. We're going to have quite a few cars, potentially with drivers that haven't battled against each other yet in this race, as the driver swaps have taken place, feeling out their opponents and maybe looking for some glory.
Oh, another issue on pit road. Someone did the exact same thing we saw the race leader do at one point. Bardo Garcia, coming off that final corner, was like, oh, you know what? I'm coming down pit road. And then I think realized that the pit entry was closed and cut across on the grass. And you know what, David? I I honestly think that should still be a penalty, because doing that under caution, yeah, it's under yellow, and you can make the argument of that's the safest time to make that mistake. But to me, it's not fair to it's not fair to those who realize the pit lane is closed that someone is able to commit to pit road and then bail out of it like that and not get penalized. I think once you commit to coming down on pit road and hit the access road, now granted, it's not written in the rules for the sim, but I think the race stewards should look at it, that they committed to come down pit road, and I think they should be liable to a stop and hold once we go back to green.
If I was any of the competitors racing against them and I saw that happen, I would be rather put off by that. I wouldn't be happy if they were allowed to keep that position, having cut across the grass, having gone below the commit line, although that might be an oval terminology, but I think the principle is the same for road racing, that you commit to the pit lane, and there's a point beyond that where it's somewhere between not allowed and poor sportsmanship to then hop across off the racing surface and be allowed to hold your position.
Yeah, especially because it's going to be saying on the driver's HUDs the entire time that whether or not the pit lane is open or closed. So the entire time they're circulating on the track, they're getting 3 minutes and change of a big black box more or less in the middle of the screen saying stay behind X driver, and it'll say pit lane closed or pit lane open on it. But this could still be just a situation of these guys who, in some ways, doing oval racing prepares you for this, because you'll be a little bit more experienced with that. You'll sort of know to look for that. So, for example, Michele Constantini, who's running in the third place car, very prominent IndyCar driver, very successful IndyCar driver. He's going to be used to dealing with caution periods a lot, and even though it's a road course one, and there's going to be a slightly different format, he still understands the way the sim ends up working things. And knowing whether or not he'll be able to come down pit road, just because it's going to be second nature to him. So it's interesting to me that we've had a couple of those little instances of drivers going across and jutting off over the track. And even then, it's not the safest, yeah, you're doing 50 miles an hour, but it's bumpy driving up and over that grass, and grass does not have a lot of traction when you're on racing slicks. So that to me is I think a dangerous move to uncommit like that. I think if you cross the commitment line and then uncross it before you have to drive actually off on the grass, it's fine. But when you actually have to do that, it's a little bit questionable in my opinion.
Absolutely agree. I think one of the things that might be catching these guys out is while the pit lane is open from the simulator's perspective, race control are on the radio saying that it's open for this class or open for that class, or cars that are on the lead lap, cars that are not on the lead lap. So ultimately, the drivers need to be obeying our series race control from DGFX and following the instructions of what they allow. And you'd hope that some of these drivers also had, some people decide they will or won't pit there. I hope that some of these drivers have their own crew chief or some of their team members listening in to race control and sort of deciphering, making sense of that for them, and telling them when they should, can, and can't pit.
Now, lights are back out on the safety car. There are a couple drivers currently getting waved around. That is Hoffman in the unique sim racing Porsche. As well as John Dance, who's in the, my opinion, and therefore fact, GTE car, getting waved around right now. A couple of other drivers opting to come down pit road. Other than that, not really a lot of excitement really happening down onto pit road. An interesting little aspect to me is this V-Apex Racing Group GT red car. Saw both of them come down pit road about 2 or 3 laps ago under the caution. And Shane Norton just came down pit road again to top that car back up. And I think the sister car of Jeff Yeager is on pit road as well. Indeed he is. So these guys opting to come down pit road and get service at their last potential opportunity, I believe, to do so. They might have a slight little advantage here in terms of the fuel once they get back going to green flag racing. Could maybe extend an extra lap here. That said, that first one with Jeff Yeager and the Team Curling Racer car, as actually those aren't sister cars, they just look similar to me, so that's my fault. But Shane Norton here is only 1 lap off the lead. Doing that sort of late pit stop here in the caution could give him a little bit of an advantage. And for these guys, every little advantage can potentially add up.
Yeah, that's you'd be looking at how many laps there are to go and how many you're doing from a stint, and it's very possible some of these guys could be thinking, well, okay, behind the safety car for 3 laps, we've burnt maybe 1.5 laps of fuel. If we just come in there, take a splash, brim it up, that'll put us within a window to maybe cut out a pit stop towards the end of the race, or save us some time on a later pit stop, jump someone. And I've seen that technique used before in iRacing. I saw Ross Rizzo from Trick Sim Sports in V8 Scop Split 2 just brim the tank under safety car. It came out on lap 1, I think he came in on lap 2, just brimmed the tank and gave him the opportunity to take a quicker stop later in the race, get the race win, move up into split 1, and it's a possible strategy that taking just that little bit of fuel can give you an advantage.
Definitely is. It is one of those things for sure, and it's one of those elements that you always have to keep in the back of your head. And like I said, those drivers that have never dealt with cautions in this sort of race may not be used to those little sorts of advantages. Like I said, we've seen drivers, particularly in the IndyCar, do that on the oval side of things, of really take advantage of the safety car in terms of how they time the tire changes and how they time their fuel. It's not uncommon when you get to the edge of a fuel window in the IndyCar that you'll see some drivers under a yellow come down pit road and just top it up for fuel for that extra little bit so they don't have to save as much. That said, lights are out on the roof safety car, and we are going back to green. Buckle up, because things are going to get crazy here. Field is stacked back up. Top 4 in your prototype division, separated by 5.7 seconds on the racetrack. They are now in command of that Team Houstonville number 78 car, waiting to get the green flag from the starter stand. Green flag waves, we're back on it and back to racing, and it's picking up already. Who is that? Remo Garlini in the F4H car. That car's technically 1 lap down, but getting aggressive in towards turn 1. Entire field prototype side by side through turn 1. GT cars doing the same. Govan Keeney in that second spot. A little bit of contact with Gio Disick in third, and Corey Rooney is going to get shuffled back to the 4th spot. That's going to allow that Apex car to slide himself up. That car is a handful of laps down though, but the Craig Dock machine going through the S's is going to lead out in front here, but he is a pit stop back from the rest of this group.
Action, action, action as the cars fanned out. Green flag came out, and immediately you saw everyone fan out for the first corner, looking for their line to either defend, potentially attack, go too wide through the S's. They're coming down that's towards Vale and Club. Lots of jostling happening there.
Lots of jostling up and down the field. Team Houstonville number 78 car, though, is avoiding all that and has opened up a huge gap move, though. Mikhail Constantini for second spot in your prototype division on David Toronto. Easy work for Mikhail. He picks that spot up through Abbey, and now as they head down towards Bridge, is going to continue opening up the gap. And this is the anxiety that we're talking about, David, that sometimes these drivers, you get a little bit apprehensive. Martin Fletcher makes a big move down in towards Priory on the driver of Jerry Mojak. That was actually for position. Those drivers on the same lap. Huge move of opportunity there from him. Going to take another look on one car. This is Craig Raymond, who's actually lapped down. He's pretty much just trying to stay out of the way of everybody. Let's check back out in with your GT cars, though. Lewis Goodway still leading the way in that Craig Dock Ferrari. Govan Keeney is slotted into second. Gio Disick back into third after that little hiccup on the opening lap through turn 1. Julian Ogen and Clifton Narjak kind of in a couple of spots back as well, not technically in position. You're technically your 4th place driver, the 81 Torque Freak Racing Machine. Then you have F4H Motorsports, who's racing with Team Houstonville number 35, but a little bit of a gap there as well.
Yep, first racing laps on new tyres for a lot of these guys, and some of them might have done a few laps behind the safety car after fitting them, losing the temperature. So quite a dicey moment maybe, especially in the prototype field where some of the guys struggling with traction at the rear, cold tyres at the rear. You know, how brave do you want to be, you know, taking that opportunity potentially to seize some positions, or do you just need to hold on for dear life for a couple laps?
This is one of those situations that you are going to have to just hold on for dear life sometimes, and it can be a little bit confusing because while they've done a good job getting these cars all the way lined up, it is one of those things that's just inevitable that some of these cars will be a little bit out of sequence. You just can't ever avoid it. So right now, my opinion, Therefore Facts Racing Podcast HPD has a couple of lap cars out in front of him, dividing him from those drivers in 3rd, second and first place. So for Jake Farquhar, he really needs to get on it and try to get around Tobias Scholes and Romeo Granelli in the F4H car and the Berlin Synsport number 127, but he doesn't really seem to have the speed, and that's the other thing to keep in mind. Some of these teams that did driver swaps might have some drivers, yeah, they're technically one lap down in their cars, but they might have more pace than someone like who might be behind the wheel of the 1 or the 707, etc., etc. Same thing could be happening in your GT field as well.
And that's one of the big unknowns of endurance racing. That's why we love it.
So, up and down the field, battles continue to rage here. Corey Roon has been able to open up a nice gap over some of the cars behind him. Torque Freak Racing is trying to push their way through and get back up towards the like of Geodesic, but they have a pretty big time disadvantage here, and a lot of traffic out in front of them. Clifton Arjano, as well as Julian Ogen, most notably the 2 cars they'll have to get around. Some prototypes are already cycling through. Eduardo Garcia and the Rincon Ardusa racing team is going through these GT cars, and that's the thing to keep in mind, is a little bit of a 3-wide moment on the run down in towards Stowe. Andres Quintana trying to hold the middle with Julian Gronin trying to get around him. That car's 7 spots ahead, a couple laps up the road. He's going to be able to pick it up while that prototype was sliding his way through, and that's one of the things to keep track of as well, is how these prototypes to get through are going to affect things. Also, where are your lead prototypes, your race leaders, coming off the final corner and running down the front straightaway right now? Compared that to the tail end of your GT field, right now Shane Norton is going through in towards Vale and the run in towards Club. So give it about 3 laps, and these prototypes out in front are going to be hitting that GT traffic, and it's going to be intense for these guys the first trip through.
2 laps in a row, Michele Costantini taking a couple tenths out of the lead. Team Hoisingfeld number 78, Ronnie Fantini. So we'll see that potentially close up, and that Barbanera racing car potentially going for the lead anytime soon.
It is one of those things to keep in mind if they can get themselves up there. That said, the lap times are still favoring Mikel. Couple tenths quicker last time through. He's a little bit wide though here at this end of the racetrack. That's one of the most important corners in my opinion, to be able to keep the gap down, but that car seems so much better on the brakes. However, that Team Houstonville car takes a big bite out of the curbing at Vale. Through Club, a little bit tighter, as well as that Houstonville machine can take a little bit of a shorter trip around that long right-hand corner. So maybe some differences in terms of the suspension and as well as the aerodynamic setup. Mikel seems to be struggling a little bit, I think, in the dirty air, though, David, behind that number 78.
Yeah, not insignificant amount of downforce on these HPD ARX 01C P2 prototype cars. There is a little bit of a draft to be had in a straight line behind another car, but also a little bit of understeer to be picked up as the front splitter gets slightly more disturbed. Yeah, although we saw a snap of oversteer and a correction through what is that? This is the final corner, not Woodcote, the one before. Oh my goodness! And well, that's some rear grip lacking, but I think mainly the push in the dirty air is on the front tires and a lack of front grip. So struggling all round is Michele Constantini to close up Ronnie Fantini, and yet their lap time's nearly identical that time around, so the gap remains at about 0.6 of a second, and then another 0.6 back to the third place Simitok Esport, David Soranzo in that car. So throw a blanket over the top 3 in your prototype class. That caution has brought it together.
Yeah, 1.3 seconds out is the gap here for your top 3 as they head through Vale and in towards Club once again. This is going to make Michele Constantini think as well. He's going to want to push and get to that race leader, but when you have that driver who's in third wanting that second spot back, David Soranzo, you know, is going to get a little bit aggressive, potentially make a move here as they run themselves down in towards Abbey and the run up towards Bridge once again. Checking back in with the GT cars. Well, the Craig Dock machine lost that race lead. Lawrence and Godvan machine cycles in towards that race lead, so maybe the OP Porsche Bob not panning out for those Ferrari boys. Geodesic still in third, but it's closing in that red Ferrari. And I will say, looking at the right front of that Ferrari, a little bit of damage. I'm not sure if they had that before. Not sure if we may have seen a little bit or missed a little bit of contact there while those guys were fighting for the race lead.
And one of the things we're going to have to keep an eye on as we approach 109 laps to go in this race is the incident limit. We've seen maybe 1 or 2 cars fall foul of that 65 incident limit, receiving the penalties, some stop and goes, etc. How close are some of these guys to their incident limit? Are they going to be able to push all the way to the end and not worry about it? Or are some of them going to be skating on some thin ice, potentially seeing some penalties shake it up as we get towards the end of this race? That's one of the things these drivers are going to have to keep in mind as they race, as they push, as they fight through traffic. What have I got left? How careful do I have to be with my incident limit?
Taking a look real quick at that change that we saw for the race senior GT field, it's a fantastic maneuver by Goodman Keeney on the run down in towards Abbey. It was a leg braking move, and he's able to pull fully alongside, get to the apex at Abbey. There's a little bit of contact between the driver of Lewis Goodway and that TBR machine, but I honestly think the move went on from Govan. He got it fully alongside, got it down to the apex, and that was, I think, that Porsche's corner, and it belonged to him. So it was a good move from Govan, a little bit physical, but sometimes racing gets physical. Is now Lewis Goodway still apparently struggling a little bit with the pace. Corey Roon is reeling him in, while all the while typing in chat to Fraser.
Yeah, look, in your GT field, you can get away with a little bit of bumping in these closed wheel cars. I don't think I want to encourage people to get too reckless, to get too physical. But at some point, if a tiny bit of contact
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you here, but you just talked about it. Drivers having issues with the incident limit. Handful of people coming out right now, and one of them is your GTE race leader, Govan Keeney. Black flag for exceeding the incident limit, so he makes that move on that Team Bushwink Ferrari for the race lead, and I think that little 2X cost him, and he's going to have to make a trip down pit road, so he's going to go from potentially winning this event to having to be way, way deep in the order and praying for another caution.
So maybe the move was on, it was bold, but that was what I was saying. You got to look, how many incident points have you got left? How bold can you afford to be before you're potentially damaging the race? There's probably a lot of the incident points these guys would be racking up with some off tracks.
That is going to be the big thing. Now, that said, when you're talking about an incident limit, Silverstone's actually a track that's pretty tame on the 1Xs. There's only a couple corners where you can really trigger them. You know, the exit of turn 1 is easy to run a little bit wide. You might take a little bit too much of a bite of curb in the S's. The exit of Stowe, you can occasionally get a 1X. But other than that, it's a pretty easy track to keep the incident limit down. That said, we've seen a lot of events where drivers, especially in these private events, they flat out just don't care about the incident limit. It's not out of the question that we see some drivers get like 6, 7, 8, 900 incident points in some of these endurance races. And I think having this incident limit is a good way to keep these drivers in check. You often will have drivers just going way off the track in some situations. I know we've seen that in Neo. We've seen that in some of the World Tour events as well, where the incident limit doesn't really matter, and on some of the tracks that don't have the sort of slowdown penalties that you get at Le Mans for going a little bit off track. So I think having this incident limit is a good thing. I'm not a huge proponent to incident limits in general, but you also don't want people abusing those certain segments of the racetrack for an extra tenth or two, because I think there's been evidence from these top level drivers they will abuse them if they're able to.
I think it's a pretty good call the way it's set up, where in this series hitting the incident limit isn't a disqualification. There's just some increasing penalties of drive-throughs, stop and holds, and the incident limit has a twofold effect.
Actually, we talked about that. Race leader in that GT field just had a pretty wide trip on the exit of turn 1. So Govan Keeney, even though he just got the black flag for the incident limit, is still taking full advantage of it pretty much, as Lewis and Corey are duking out for the second spot in that GT field. I do want to check back in for the fight for the prototypes, as things are heating up here as well. Simitalk and Barbanera are still pretty much bumper to bumper, and Team Houstonville number 78 has yet to be able to get away and bring on the GT cars. This is where it gets tight, and this is where you decide who wins these endurance races oftentimes in prototypes. Top three separated by a second, and GT traffic for the first time since the restart. One Porsche goes really off wide. That was Jeff Yeager. 3 wide for second though. Simitalk up the middle with Michelle Constantini. A little bit of contact. That's going to send McKell well off into the grass. Will he be able to hold on to the position? He'll have to get a black flag for that shortcut for sure. But I think it was a good move from Simitalk. McKell, I think, the one who caused that little bit of an incident. Now down the hanger straight. Simitalk's going to have another go around the outside. McKell's doing everything he can to hold on to this position, but Race Control will likely have to take a look at this one because McKell forces that 707 back off the racetrack. But David Toronto says, I will not be muscled around by you, and Simitalk takes control of the second spot.
Some of these guys, there's still 105 laps to go.
Yeah, that's what you think. You'd think that these guys are racing with the final 4 laps of this race, but like you said, lap 209 of 314 technically for your prototype race leaders. 104, 105 laps remaining. It's going to be interesting to see what Race Control ends up doing with that little moment from Michele Constantini, because like I said, as I see it, he should have gotten a slowdown. He may have escaped it for some reason because of the fact that he went off on the grass. So there are some sections where it won't technically give you a slowdown because, of course, it's not really an advantage to drive over the grass. But that little touch may have hurt that 1050 Barbanera Racing Green car because Michele didn't seem to have the speed he had before Simitalk got around him, as Sorrento has been able to open up a few tenths of a second gap now.
Very, very lucky to escape a slowdown with that cut across the course, honestly.
So as that moment sort of chills out the lead battle for the prototypes, we'll check back in for the race lead. And actually, TBR back into the race lead, as I believe Govan Keeney ended up taking his penalty for the incident limits. Just going to have a quick look, make sure they didn't have some other issue crop up that we missed while we were watching that happening. Indeed, that was the situation. So Govan Keeney taking his stop and go. I don't think it was a stop and hold. I think it was a stop and gold. Yeah, it was a couple seconds stop and hold. So essentially a stop and go. So that brings that Lawrenson machine pretty much all the way down to the tail end of the field. You have the likes of Torque Freak, F4H. I think that car is going to be somewhere around 8th or 9th. We'll have to check here once they get through. But your race leaders in the prototype still dealing with tons of GT traffic, as that's going to hurt the Simitalk car. They get trapped behind a couple of the Berlin Sinsport Porsches on the run-through bridge, and Simitalk's just going to get around the second one through the second part of the corner. Michele Constantini is still trying to hang with that Simitalk machine, but that Berlin Sinsport Porsche not doing him any favors. Not that he did anything wrong, but just caught him at the wrong time. Head back down the front straightaway to begin lap number 211 here. And this traffic has been hugely beneficial to Ronnie Fantini in that number 78 car, who's now opened up nearly a 1.4 second lead on that 707 in second. So through the S's, they're going to bring themselves through right now. Simitalk still struggling. Michele Constantini is ebbing and flowing with the pace. Gap has opened up and closed down and opened up and closed back down now. It's about 4/10 of a second. Michele's going to go to the inside, what I believe is a Geodesic Racing Porsche. On the run now down in towards Stowe. Next is going to be the Reverend Racing one, driven by Christian Maffield. Could be a bit of a 3-wide moment here, but no, Michele's not quite close enough. And will he get around that Porsche before the apex of Vale? No, he won't. So that's going to cost him a little bit of time as well and compromise his entry into club. That lime green prototype going to have to swing out a little bit wide. Ends up giving up about a tenth or so to that car out in front of him. They get a little bit of a lull in the traffic for now, but not for long, because they're about to hit the likes of Brian Littlemore, Luke Blyford, Casper DeCourt, as well as some other drivers like Govan Keeney, who's having a close moment with a prototype as well, chopping the nose off Stephen Langhorst. So aggressive moves up and down the field right now. The Govan still struggling with that prototype, who honestly was not super committed in towards turn 1 behind that Gunnar Meeson car. Would have been a move I think I would have gone for, but he chose not to. Simitok doing a good job bringing this gap back down. It's under a second now for that 707 machine. The gap for your race lead. Through the S's, they go screaming through, and Simitok has found a little bit of pace. They're about 0.4 of a second quicker last time through. Ryan Littlemore holds up your race leader just a little bit. Simitok will be getting all the benefits of the draft, but none of the cons of having any compromised exit off the S's. And now towards Stowe, they're going to pass 3 GT cars in once, or will they? Asper, of course, going to make it a little bit tight, but they get it through and get it done. A little bit of time goes to Team Heisingveld because of that, though. Now you're going to have Govan Keeney, the next driver in line that they're going to have to deal with. And it's going to be the Team Heisingveld number 35 GT car that's running in 5th, who is actually fighting with Govan Keeney. So you're going to have 2 cars scrapping out for top 5. Govan, big move up the inside, and he's going to be able to make that one stick. Govan has been pulling that move off to perfection. Now the Heisingveld car, they're going to slot through. Govan makes things a little bit tight when we go 3 wide. Simitok allowed and given a huge amount of time to pick up here. You also have that lime green machine driven by Mikhail Constantini, who's checked back in on the battle as well. So in the blink of an eye, lead group down for 2 seconds, all the way down to about 0.6. Through the final corner, and they now come and down this front straightaway. Lonnie Fantini comes screaming through down this front straightaway. Simitok's going to do the same thing. Soranzo makes a fantastic move. Mikhail Constantini gets held up behind a Ferrari and a Porsche. Down off towards the S's. He's going to be 3 wide for a moment, but he'll be able to get it done. A little bit of a Porsche checking up the race leaders as well. Through the S's, another Porsche. Mark Torres kind of holds him up. Soranzo, a little bit of a close moment, almost a side swipe. With Heisingveld looking for slipstream. Going to get it behind Julian Ogen in that German sim racing purple cart. Dave Soranzo does the exact same maneuver. Now in towards Stowe, they're all going to run through. Soranzo's been very aggressive with the traffic, trying to make things happen here. They both go down the inside of Vale, but Soranzo won't quite get it done. He has to lift way off the throttle. That's going to give an advantage to Heisingveld and allow Mikhail Constantini to come back in. Up the inside goes Soranzo. I think kind of scared that Porsche a little bit. Wasn't really sure where he was. Ended up figuring it out, though, quickly. Man,
and this is the action we thought we were going to get after the safety car when we grouped the 2 categories together, and then we just knew that the prototypes were going to catch the GTs all in a pack, and it's proving who's boss.
Yeah, it's really proving who's boss here, as these guys still have some traffic out in front of him, so not going to allow that Heisingveld car to really capitalize on the gap they've been given. And look at that through the last corner. That's exactly the situation. To wait so long to pick up to the throttle. David Soranzo able to pick it up a little bit earlier. Mikhail Constantini, though, still struggling on the pace. As I just want to check back in with your GT race lead. It's still so tight. There's absolutely nothing in it as they roar through the S's here. Gio Dzik in that Porsche, which seemed to be the favored car today. Just barely keeping pace with that Ferrari driven by Lewis Goodway. But there could be some play coming in here as well, though, David, because the Gio Dzik car is going to know that they're going to have a pit advantage over that Ferrari in front of them. I honestly think if you're Gio Dzik, you just sit in this slipstream. There's no point in getting physical with it. You don't have to try to muscle your way around Lewis whatsoever. Just sit in the draft, save fuel, and you should, in theory, have the advantage considering they pit under the yellow and Lewis didn't.
Yeah, that strategy. These guys, I'm sure a lot of them will know how many stops they think they've got to the end of the race. And if they think they've got one less than the guy in front of them, you know, pit stop's not an insignificant amount of time. You could be patient. Some of these drivers won't be, but if you think you've got one pit stop advantage, don't waste your incident limit, don't waste your tires, don't waste your energy. Maybe just sit there, enjoy the draft, and be comfortable in knowing that's an advantage you've got in your pocket.
Well, not even if it's just a full pit stop they can save, because you have to think for this Bushmink car, They ran 4 green flag laps before the caution, and then they didn't come down pit road during the caution. You compare that to Geodesic, who pit during the caution. They essentially would have only used, under that couple laps they were out there, maybe a lap of fuel under the yellow, probably less than that. Compare that to Lewis Goodway, who had to burn 4 laps worth of fuel before the yellow, and then of course however much fuel he used behind the safety car. That's going to be a pretty big differentiating factor for these guys. It's probably going to be in difference when they eventually do their last pit stop, and whenever the Geodesic guys opt to do their short pit stop, likely be a 4 to 5 second difference just in the fuel fill rates.
Could very well be. That's that was what I was saying earlier, that we've seen guys take potentially a splash of just a lap or so of burn, and that can save you just enough in your pit stop that it leapfrogs you or it puts you in a comfortable position. A couple laps of fuel can matter.
Definitely can, as your race leaders are in both categories now on the same stretch of racetrack. So it goes essentially in the order. Lewis Goodway from Corey Roon, first and second, and your race leader in the prototype gets held out behind that Geodesic car. You go up the inside here at this left-hander, should be able to get the job done. Then you have second and third in the prototypes just behind and cycling through as well. Mikhail Constantini's going to try to slot through on the inside here, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. He's going to get held up by that second-place runner.
Flash of the headlights from the Geodesic Porsche at our prototype leader might not have been happy at exactly where he got past, but I guess the prototypes only have so many options, and they're quicker in a straight line, they're quicker in the high downforce corners, but I don't think the prototype cars are that much quicker through the lower speed corners. There's a lot of mechanical grip and some wide tyres on these GTE cars.
There is, but I still think the move was on. It was a good move. There's not a huge pace advantage, but if the prototypes ever get the opportunity to pass you, they're going to pass you. It doesn't matter if they're faster in a section of the racetrack or by a wide margin, or if it's just barely. If they can get alongside you and make a move, they're going to do it. So to me, that's just one of those things with it's just unfortunate with multi-class racing that sometimes happens. Corey Roon and that Geodesic car just pulled the short end of the stick, unfortunately, and lost about a second and some change to that Bushfink Racing car driven by Lewis Goodway. It just is the way it goes sometimes. And the thing you have to just hope and pray for is that the laws of sort of equality will come through, and eventually that Ferrari will have a rough coming together with some traffic and hold him up sometime. It's something that will eventually happen, but I don't think any of those prototypes really did anything silly through there. But that said, you can often when drivers are really fighting with each other this closely, it can be really easy. A driver gets on tilt, just one, maybe a slight late move from a prototype they feel is a little bit too late, and you just start flashing the headlights. As Geodesic a little bit loose behind, I think that was the Berlin Sitzport car of Tobias Schultz, who made a move, and now Geodesic all over the place. I think the rear tires on that car are absolutely gone.
Could well be. I'm not sure racing drivers believe in karma, but it is a saying that I guess you lose in traffic sometimes and you win in traffic sometimes. So I guess you can be annoyed that the traffic might have separated you, but you can hope that at some point the traffic will disadvantage your opponent, and in the long run all will be equal. And this is a long run with now 98 laps left to run.
Yeah, it is going to be a long run. And the thing is that for your GT cars, it's not going to be that long, because we're now under 100 laps to go for the prototypes. 97 laps. It's not going to be 97 laps to the end for the GT cars. The GT cars are probably getting, the GT leaders have been lapped 12 times. The 911 and the 13 are still in a very, very close fight. That's the F4H Motorsport Porsche and Govan Keeney in the Lorenz and Godvan Toxic Machine. They are fighting for 4th and 5th on the racetrack. So kind of shows you the speed and the sort of gap that Govan has behind the wheel. He's able to come down pit road, take that penalty. He comes out back fighting for the top 5. And Steven Schlachter, I think, pretty much is going to lose this battle. And I think it honestly is going to be one of those situations, David, where with this much time still left in the race, you're talking about 3 hours, as Govan's not going to waste any time. And a little bit of contact, I think that was unwise by Govan. A lot of impatience really shared there. I think that move was a little bit late, and going into Vale is not a great place to make it. And now Govan has to worry about, does he catch the ire of the stewards, or does he have damage? He's going to show the nose again in towards Abby, and he really essentially forces, he scares that F4H car off of the racetrack. I think Govan, they got Toxic in the name. He's driving Toxic right now.
Yeah, we were just seeing the replay of that initial
Another
contact.
incident too. Stefan and Govan, they just make contact as well through the left-hander after bridge, and that sends the 911 around. And I'm sorry, I think at that point, Govan might have to catch the ire of the stewards, because the way I see that one, he came off the apex.
He might be in trouble on incident points alone, because once the drivers reach their first incident limit, serve their first penalty, the teacher moves them to the front of the class and has them where he can keep his eye on them, and they've only got a few more incident points they can accumulate before they're then receiving another harsher penalty. I was going to say Govan, served his first penalty, and from there he needed to be more careful, but wow. Lots of contact there, and I'm sure a protest will be lodged by the other team. Fortune favors the bold, but maybe some of those moves were just a little too bold.
Yeah, I think 100%. The move at Vale is sort of questionable. I think that one is a little bit over the top. Considering the pace advantage you have on them, you don't have to just get the move done immediately. Then the second move in towards Abby, there was no reason that move had to happen. And because of the way Govan shot down on the inside and started closing the gap, it scared Stefan Schlocker off of the road. Yeah, there wasn't technically contact there, but Govan's actions scared that F4H car kind of off the road, in my opinion, needlessly. And then the sort of follow-up incident after the cornered through bridge. I mean, you had three different incidents in essentially a third of the lap. In my opinion, it's completely uncalled for, and I think I think that almost has to be a penalty being handed down from race control.
Yeah, definitely. I'll keep an eye on that communication from race control. I'm not expecting a particularly long lead time before they hand down their judgment on those incidents. The first move into Vale, as you say, look, Govan came from quite a few cars lengths back, but he did get it side by side, early. It was clear that what he was going to do, he got to the apex and got it slowed down, but after that, wow. The excitement that we are seeing now after that caution has brought a lot of these cars together. Oh boy.
And that's one of those things, we talked about the fact that some drivers can get a little bit hot under the collar. When we saw Gio Disick, when they had that little run-in with traffic, and then there was actually the smoke going through Stowe. I don't see anything else stopped on the racetrack, maybe just a little bit of a lockup somewhere. But we saw that incident with Gio Disick where it was just, when we talked about the fact that drivers, they're constantly on the edge when they're trying to compete at this top level, putting in a lot of effort, really kind of hard, really tunnel visioning in on the race. They can boil over very quickly under the helmet. I know that's something I've actually personally struggled with behind the wheel. And I think Govan just pretty much fell victim to the same thing. I think he got the penalty. He was likely mad that he got the penalty, because very few drivers ever feel they deserve a penalty. There's no one who's ever been like, yeah, I deserve that penalty, good call, race control. And he likely got in and he just saw the red mist and said, you know what, I need to get out there and I need to push really, really hard because I have a chance that I could still win this race, which is true. They can still win the race. However, you're not going to win the race throwing three moves like that and risking getting another penalty when there's still 3 hours into the race to go. You're going to get it through consistent speed and making clean passes on people, because another penalty at this point is essentially race done and over with.
Yeah, and it possibly could have picked up as much as 12 incident points in one third of the lap there, and that alone, beyond race control obviously looking into that contact, that could be getting close to another penalty, potentially a drive through, even coming up to some 20-second stop and goes, and there are some in the rule book some harsher penalties that then come beyond that as the incident limit continues to be violated. And you've got it exactly right. You receive the first penalty, and there's two ways it can go. One, you say, all right, look, we've got a quick car. Let's settle into a rhythm. No more mistakes. Or you can let it get to you. You can let it rile you up. You can let it get the better of your judgment and your patience. And I think we can say with some confidence which way it's gone.
Yeah, my opinion as well. Race control still hasn't made a decision on that, so Be interesting to see what happens with Govan. And I mean, I will say this: every incident was sort of Govan. He put himself in sort of the prime opportunity to make those moves, because every one of those car-to-car contacts was, none of them were hilariously bad, but they were all right on the limit of being borderline reckless. And because they're borderline, could end up getting the benefit of the doubt from the stewards and end up, skipping away scot-free here now up in fourth place and not catch a penalty there. So it's about 50-50 what happens here, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think any time you're more than a car's length back and you try to make that move work, you've got to make it work cleanly. Otherwise, it's very easy for any observer to say, well, you came from a few car lengths back. That was obviously a bit of a reckless move. The fact that it came on stock says maybe it wasn't on.
Well, I don't necessarily, it's one of those things where I don't think it's clear cut. And this is something I've talked about in the past. I think sim racers are hilariously too strict on how they standardize whether or not a move was on or not. I don't have any issue with a move coming from a long ways back, so long as you can get alongside of the car, get on the brakes, and get to the apex of the corner and not push off wide. We've seen Govan make a couple of those moves, and he made them stick. He made a couple fantastic passes down at Abbey, and he even made one on the TBR Ferrari at one point for the race lead that I think was a good move. He wasn't fully alongside the way a lot of people think. That argue you have to make passes, which is the way passing does not work in real life. There's a lot more leniency and a lot more advantage given to the passing car in real races, and it's not that they're dirty moves. It's just that they allow a lot more aggression, which is, I think, a good thing and something we need to see in sim racing. So it's not necessarily, in my opinion, I don't think you can just say you came from a couple car lengths back, so it was a bad move. I think it's more or less of whether or not the driver behind had optimal opportunity to see the fact that you were doing that, and if you came off of the apex, pushed out wide, and then pushed into the car. Those, to me, are the two sort of deeming factors of whether or not a move was on or if it wasn't.
Yeah, and as we talk about that, I think I've seen Michele Constantini come into the pit lane from within the top 3 in our prototype field, or is he still out there?
Nope, he's still out there.
Someone dived in the prototype field, so I'm not sure how long these prototypes probably go, about 55 minutes. And that was a different Barbanero racing car. This is the blue, and Nathan S. Lewis now either in that car or getting in now. They're taking tyres at this stop. That would suggest maybe they didn't take service under the yellow, or they think from here they've got an even number of stops to get to the end.
So we'll have to wait and see. These guys continue cycling through. I will still say I honestly think, just keeping the talk on this GT field, that little issue that we saw from the 56 machine, the Geodesic Racing Gold, I actually think that little mistake ended up being a good thing for Corey Roan, because now that he's sort of has that little bit of a gap to that Ferrari out in front of him, he's gotten a lot more consistent than when he was tucked right under the rear exhaust pipe of that Ferrari. And we still have to keep in mind that Porsche has potentially a 4-lap advantage in terms of fuel over that Ferrari in front of him, and that is a very sizable advantage to have in a fuel fill when these guys opt to come down pit road, and whether they depending on if they do a full stop now or if they end up doing when they decide to do their short stop, that Porsche should have the advantage. And this is something I know I've noticed with myself as well. Whenever I'm closely fighting with someone, I feel like I'm more prone to mistakes. And while sometimes it might frustrate you to give a 3 to 4 second gap up to someone, oftentimes that ends up making your driving so much more consistent, because you're not so worried and not so laser focused on what that car ahead of you is doing. You can just sort of relax and get into your own groove and run your own laps. And since doing that, we've seen Corey Roan pick up the pace, and he's consistently running a couple tenths quicker than that Ferrari out in front of him.
Yeah, you've got to find your rhythm that works for you. And maybe being tucked up right underneath another car is distracting him from his turn-in points, his braking markers, upsetting the air a little bit potentially, although these GT class cars will not be as susceptible to the aero disturbances as maybe the higher downforce prototype cars, but still just that visibility factor and the mentality of, not only having to find your own braking points, but looking eyes on the car in front of you, maybe just a little bit more of a gap, more consistency, and see where it gets. So he pushes a tiny bit wide of the apex there in Vale, but relatively clean.
Keeping an eye on your prototypes as well. Simitok, I thought, was about to be given a big advantage. Is coming off turn 1. Your race leader, Ronnie Fantini, lost a lot of time behind a twin duo of a Ferrari and Porsche. But that Simitok car then got locked behind those two cars roaring through the S's, which is arguably even worse. So that gap pretty much spread itself right back out to where it was. Now Simitok still trying to figure out how to make some moves. They're going around, I believe that's a graphite. Yeah, it is. That's a graphite Ferrari on the run down in towards Vale. Next is the Reverend Racing Porsche. So your race leaders pretty much making the second trip through the GT cars since that little bit of a caution period we have, and a big wiggle comes from Christian Mayfield in that Reverend Racing car. That was well held by the 14 coming down off towards the run at Abbey.
And they nearly go 3 wide behind there in Abbey. The prototype cars very eager to make their way through. This lead battle is staying pretty close together. It's couple seconds just between our leader second and third, and that's as we go through the traffic. Maybe it'll close up when they get a bit more clean track in front of them.
And out, the decision from race control has come in. Govan Keeney black flagged, aggressive and dangerous driving, and this is not going to just be a stop and go like we saw from him on the last penalty, David. This is going to be a stop and hold, and he's been stopped on pit road for a while now. I think it's about going to be a minute, I think, is going to be the penalty here, but this is pretty much game over for this 13 car. They're going to lose nearly a lap here. For reference, the Team Bushfink car is currently running through Club, going down the straightaway in towards Abbey. So pretty much a half a lap is what Govan has given up there. Like I said, that's why I feel that move that he tried to put on just simply wasn't worth it. Because yeah, if he stays behind and takes an extra couple laps trying to pass that car, he might lose 2 seconds on the track. If he ends up doing what he did within, especially within that time frame, risking it like that, he risks giving up a lap. It just didn't make any sense from a risk-reward situation.
Yeah, we want to see, some bold moves, some spirited driving, but, I think that's fair from race control, and I don't want to always see, a bold attempt penalised, but from Govan's perspective, what did he have to gain from being so aggressive if he did have, the speed in him and a good car underneath him with, lots of laps to go?
Well, it's just one of those things. I think it's hard for me as someone who has driven in these sort of races. Yeah, I'm not someone who has the pace of a Govan Keeney. This would be a race where if I competed in the GT field, I'd likely be about mid-pack. And actually, Govan Keeney, they might just be calling it a day because Govan's gotten out of the car. And is there going to be a driver swap? I don't see anyone in the car, so they may have just boiled over, and that 13 machine I think might have just called it quits.
Wow, I mean, from going into the lead, exceeding the incident limit in 5th, then a spirited recovery, and to that potentially parking the car because of the penalty. Wow, that's shades of Land Motorsport at the Glen.
Yeah, it really is. It is it is pretty much on par with that, but it's just going back to my previous point before, I noticed that Govan pretty much and Lawrence had pretty much called it quits. Now, maybe this gives reason as to why they put the name Toxic in their name, but that's beside the point. But to me, at a really aggressive move, I can understand if you're fighting with someone who you're really close on pace with. So, for example, when we saw Govan make that pass on, I can't remember if it was Lewis in the car, it may have been Simon. I think, in fact, it was Simon. Actually, it may have been Lewis. I can't remember. It was about an hour and some change ago. He made a really aggressive pass on that red Ferrari down in towards Abbey. That, to me, was a brilliant move because it's so more difficult to make a pass on a car that's equal in pace with you. To me, I think it's warranted to say I had to get a little bit more aggressive and, maybe make a little bit more of a I don't want to say dirty, but a lot harder effort trying to do things. Oh, wow, that DGFX number 13, that was a 5-lap stop and hold.
Yep, that word coming through from race control on Lorenz und Godvan's Toxic Racing.
Yeah,
that penalty they have received is a 5-lap hold. So they might not be parking it. Maybe Govan got out to go get an ice cream because at the lap pace they were doing, that is an 8 or so minute penalty. That's time to go out, change your race suit, get a snack before they'll be leaving that pit lane if in fact they're going to continue racing today.
And the only ever time I remember seeing something like this in a professional level motorsports event was Greg Murphy at Bathurst when they had, I think it was a fuel spill, and he was leading the race at the Bathurst 1000, and he had a 5-minute stop and hold. That's the only time I can think of anything like this. The only thing that comes close that for me relatively recently was when I commentated Thunderhill. If you spilled fuel out, you had I think it was a 10-minute stop and hold that you had to come down pit road. But that's more of a club level race, and that's why the race control there is so strict on it, because the teams don't have professional level fueling rigs. They want them to be careful, because if a fire gets out of control, you're dealing with club level teams. It can get out of control really quickly. But other than that, I can't think of the last time I've seen a penalty that hard. Not to say that it's a good call or a bad call by race control, but that is one of the harshest penalties I've seen in a long time.
That is a rather nuclear option penalty indeed. I'd have to say, if the only contact made was that first move that we saw, it wouldn't be such a large penalty handed down from race control. I think they've taken into account a few things. Probably firstly that car exceeding the incident limit, then the initial contact, and then the further contact, and in the context of the race and that car decided to hand out such a penalty. And I'm sure it's not one they've made lightly.
What did the land car get at Daytona when there was the BOP issue with fuel filling? Because I know that they kind of got nuked from orbit when the IMSA officials decided that car was filling fuel too quickly at the 24 this year.
That might have also been
that was a
several minute stop and hold. Yeah.
So drama here at Silverstone. I will say it's going to be interesting to see if those guys even get back into the race, because they're going to be 5 laps down. I would not be surprised if they end up pulling the car, end up really pulling the sort of Land Motorsport side of stamp your feet and say this is an unacceptable moment. But it is what it is. And to that extent, I think it's someone who's written rule books, and we were initially at RaceSpot kind of thinking about putting on a special event, but due to our schedule getting really crazy, we pulled it out. I was pretty much in the same situation of these DGFX guys of wanting to keep the racing clean. Now, this would have been a sprint car event where we've seen some issues with driving standards at some points, but to me it can be a very good thing for race control to have really strict penalties in the rule book from the start, because that in theory should incentivize drivers to really clean up the racing, because that is something we can occasionally see in the official races where, like when we do a World Tour event where there's no live stewards, it's not uncommon to see some moves that are a little bit over the top, because at the end of the day, unless you're going to be getting penalized from them and some protest post-race, nothing's ever going to really come of it. So, having those potential nuke from orbit situations as race control, I think it's a good thing to have written into the rule book.
Yeah, absolutely. I had said that exceeding the incident limit would put some of these teams, at the front desk of the classroom where the teacher can keep an eye on them. And, wow, I think that race control have moved that team from the front desk in the classroom to the principal's office.
We have had another black flag come through for a dive bomb. This was in Jorna Kanikapati 2. I'm going to try to figure out what car that was, because I do want to see what the incident was. So I'll have a quick look through and try to figure it out. But so a couple penalties cycling through here with the field. Honestly, we're about an hour now past the restart. Honestly, we're probably going to be expecting seeing cars come down on towards pit road really shortly here. So the field's pretty much gotten itself spread back out. So it seems to me that the penalties are starting to happen now, because I would have suspected if there would have been penalties or issues, they would have likely come through that first trip through the GT traffic when the Porsches were coming through. Excuse me, when the prototypes are coming through, not the Porsches. So, keeping an eye on things. Don't want to get too focused on drama and not lose track of other events. Race lead is still close in prototypes, and in fact, it just closed up as Ronnie Fantini lost some time to a Ferrari, and the Simitalk Esport machine was able to squeak on by without losing much speed, and now the gap is down to 0 as they run through the exit of chicane. Husingville's going to have to go way wide, and I think that was just slightly unideal car positioning there from F4H Motorsports. They always say one of the things you have to do as a GT car is just hold your line and not try to get out of the way, because the moment you try to get out of the way, issues can somewhat happen. I think Ronnie, actually it's sort of, I think Ronnie was expecting that Porsche to keep right, and then he didn't, so he took avoiding action going off the racetrack. Stefan then responded and pulled right out in front of Simitalk. So drama for your prototype leaders now, as Simitalk ends up cycling into the race lead because of it.
Yeah, we've got the replay on screen now. He tries to go around the outside of the Porsche and then thinks doesn't quite have the overlap then into the next left-hander to be owed the inside line there, or maybe the Porsche wasn't 100% sure where he was. And I think the clever move there, honestly, was to jump across a bit of the grass rather than try and hold the position.
I think you're right about that one. I that was about the best, I think, call that Husingville car could really expect to make there. We didn't have a lot of opportunities to be able to make something happen, and it's one of those things that just going off the racetrack and just getting out of the way is oftentimes a good thing. That is something that drivers can sometimes struggle with. They'll have something happen out in front of them, and even when they have the miles of potential runoff to work with, like you somewhat have here at Silverstone, they'll try to just muscle that car and keep it onto the racing surface as much as they can, versus just using that to that advantage. It can be sometimes the other thing that can happen that's semi-similar is drivers, when they lock up, what they'll do is instead of just abandoning the corner, David, they'll just try to dive down to the inside and make the corner in some miracle way, and that's sometimes why you'll see those big incidents when someone drops up at the apex of the corner, basically T-bones someone. It's just, sometimes it shows the sign of a good driver to me when they know where and when they need to just get off the track and essentially potentially give up a spot or a number of spots, versus trying to muscle their way and keep themselves on the racing surface and potentially causing a bigger incident.
Yeah, and damage limitation can be the name of these endurance events. Just knowing when and where to, choosing what hill to die on even. And I think that was the clever move in the long run, even if it's cost some positions. And if you're in the prototype car and the GTE cars are a little imposing. They're a taller car, a heavier car, maybe even a sturdier built car, as we see both of these guys come onto the pit lane now. That's positions 1 and 2 onto the lane. We'll see who'll get the jump out, but my point is that if you're the P2 car, you don't want to make contact with one of those GTE cars, because it's very likely that you'll come off worse.
These GT cars aren't too big. They aren't as massive as, say, the current generation BMW GTE cars that are about a kilometer wide and 3 kilometers long.
Yeah, as much as many people would love to see that BMW M8 GT3 in iRacing, I'm not sure the tracks are big enough. That thing is huge, in awe of the size of this lad. All right, well, it's a driver change for Simitalk Esport. Are you seeing Julian Ribolo or potentially someone else getting into that car?
It's Julian. I'm showing Julian getting in. So Julian's going to hop into the Simitalk car that was technically leading the race. And I believe, yes, we are. We're seeing a driver change from Husingveld as well. So it's going to be Michael Schulster getting back in the wheel behind that thing in the number 78 car. So driver swap for both of your top two. And
both cars go up on the jacks as well. Both cars up on jacks for them tires.
So driver swap and tires coming in there, so a full stop. And Team Mikkel, honestly, why didn't that number 105 machine just call themselves Team Mikkel? Because it's Mikkel Constantini and Mikkel Ricky who are wheeling those things. Surely they should have just called themselves Team Mikkel.
Possibly. That could have been like Ricci Constantini Racing, or, well, they come into the lane regardless of what their team name is. It's 1050 Barbanera Racing Green. They've gone 1 lap longer. That's interesting. Now, maybe if they'd come in on the same lap as the other guys, with a little bit more fuel left in the tank, they've got a shorter stop, might have gotten out ahead. But here, going 1 lap longer, I'm sure they know what they're doing, but it'll be interesting to see where they come out after this pit stop. Our other two in this three-way battle for the lead in prototype class, almost identical pit stop times between them, and they left the lane how they came in. No short fill from either car, but they stayed very close together, so there'll be some racing still from them, I'm sure.
I think that's expected. This stage of the race, you don't really want to do the short fill, and I think that's a wise call, because I think you don't want to pull the trigger on that too early in case you get a caution and potentially build that advantage up even more. So I think it's a wise call for those guys to sort of hold off and just take a full fill and get themselves back out there on the racetrack. I will say, I think at this point we can officially declare that the Lorenz and Godvin Toxic Machine are out of the race. It was a 5-lap stop and hold, and they've been on pit road for now, I think it's been 8 laps that the class leaders have cycled back around them. So that number 13 machine opting to call it an end of their day here. So unfortunate, but at the same time, their own call, given the fact that that car doesn't have any damage. That said, race lead in GTE is heating up, and TBR, Team Bushwink Racing, and Geodesic very, very close to one another. Few tenths separating them now. Geodesic and Corey Roon has been putting in some fantastic laps the last handful to keep that gap down, and now Lewis is going to be honest. And now all Corey has to do is make sure not to make the same sort of mistake he made the last time he got this close to them. So I'm getting a couple of big bikes of oversteer and lose a lot of time. And actually, here we go. We were talking about this. Team Bushwink Racing, they opt to come down towards pit road. So this is something we talked about. The fact that that Ferrari owed us about 4 laps earlier than the Geodesic car in terms of the pit strategy, because Geodesic made a pit stop during the caution. Team Bushwink did not. They put slightly before it and opted to stay out, which I still think is a good decision on their part, because it puts them in the potential opportunity to maybe pull off a win if they can find the pace. But the Geodesic still has the advantage here if they can pull something out of their hat and, of course, pull off the pit strategy right and use that fuel advantage they have properly.
Yeah, Lewis Goodway staying in the car. Oh, it bounces nicely down off the jacks onto the tarmac, just fueling to go. And when that tank is full, off, spin the tires, heads down the pit lane into the fast lane. And so we expect then in potentially 4 or 5 laps to see that now leading Geodesic Racing Porsche come down the pit lane, and then we'll see where they find themselves on track.
Yeah, and I expect the same strategy from them, similar to what we saw in the prototypes. I expect Geodesic to just push this advantage as much as they can, run this 4 or so extra laps that they have as much as they can. They shouldn't have to come down just yet as they work through now towards the tail end of the lap through this left-hander at Priory and towards turn 15 at Brooklands and then 16 at Luffield. I'd be very surprised if this 56 car opts to come down pit road, but it is something that could potentially happen. Hard on the throttle goes that 56 machine and right past pit entry, so this is a good call. They'll at least have a 2-lap advantage over that Team Bushwink Racing machine. Off towards turn 1 they go once again. Let's check back in with a couple of your leading cars in the prototype. Just looking up and down the field. Interestingly enough, number 1 car of the Moats Racing Podcast HPD, they might have a bit of an interesting strategy call here, because they've yet to come back down towards pit road. Compared to everyone else who's made trips down pit road. So that number 1 car, they might have the fuel numbers and the strategy to pull something crazy off here if they can maybe somehow cut a pit stop. It's something we need to kind of keep an eye on here, unless they made, I don't think they made, oh, you know what? They came down pretty quickly after the yellow, didn't they? So sorry, I missed that one. So they made an earlier pit stop after the caution where the rest of the guys pretty much did a full stint. So sorry for that one, confusion there. So they are on the same pit strategy. They just did it at a different end of the caution. But now that's put them 6 seconds off your race leader.
And through that cycling of the pit stops, am I seeing correctly that Michele Constantini has taken the lead?
I'm seeing that as well. I'm not sure, maybe skipping tires, because he is the only one that stayed in the car. Everyone else did a driver swap. So I think probably that tire advantage probably going away the 105. That's the only thing I can think of.
definitely in some cars, for example the C7 Daytona prototype, if you're only filling the fuel tank, you can't do a driver change without penalty because the driver change time is longer than just the fuel fill, and you have to do it at a tire change stop. That could definitely be the case with these guys as well. Or maybe Michele Constantini just staying in the car saying, his tyres are alright, let's get the track position, maybe get a bit of clear track, and if we've got a little bit of a gap between us and the other guys, he's going, just take the gap and drive your own race.
Definitely is. I mean, he's got about a 10-second or so advantage on pit road, and he's got about a 10-second gap on the racetrack, 9.3 seconds over that Team Husingville 78 and 10.1 over the 707. That said, the 78 car just took a big bite out of him here. The number 78 car, the gap went down from about 9.8 seconds to about 8.6. So that might be the new tires not helping out Mikel. Looking at the lap times, a 37.4 for the Team Husingville machine compared to a 38.1 for Mikel. So the big difference in pace. Now, was that traffic or was that the tires? We'll have to wait a couple laps and see if that's the number that keeps cropping up.
And sometimes it can be both, especially in this kind of multi-class racing in a faster class. The advantage of new tyres is sort of multiplied when you're doing things like having to pass cars on the dirty section of the track on the outside, maybe having to brake deep occasionally to get the pass done on a slower class car. All these sort of weird out of position places you find yourself doing where that little bit of extra grip of a new tyre can really help you get the pass done quickly, move on, and get through traffic with a minimum of fuss.
Yeah, it is definitely the thing that we're going to be looking at. So, as we just continue to look up and down the field, still waiting on Geodesic. That's really the car that we're waiting on. When they opt to come down pit road, they drive right past that pit entry again. So they're going to be doing lap number 224. And as we check back in with that TBR machine, they made their pit entry on lap number 220. So this is about that fourth lap that we would expect for this number 56 machine. So we'll have our answer if they have a 4-lap advantage or potentially even more in about a minute and 20 seconds here, Dave.
Yep, and they'll be counting down their numbers, how many laps there are to go, and how short of a stop their short stop might be, and how many they're going to have to do.
So in towards the Stowe they will head. Pretty much no pressure on them whatsoever. Torque Freak Racing is still out there as well. They've yet to make a pit stop. Really, the only GT car that's come down pit road that you can kind of label as competitive, I think, actually is that Bushfink car. Take that back. The Radicals Online JRT machine is on pit road right now, and Ryan Littlemore is getting out of that machine, and Connor Ryan's getting behind the wheel. The Team Husingville 35 car is also down on towards pit road. So that's about 3 laps that the Bushfink car does not have in compared to those drivers, but he had a pretty large gap to them. He wasn't really racing with it. And actually, matter of fact, he's not even really on the same lap, I don't think. But just interesting to note in terms of the fuel numbers. So Geodesic through the final sector, they head now through Priory and towards turn 15 at Brooklands. Quick blip of the throttle, pick it up for about 2 seconds, and then you head through Luffield. Well, this is the answer we're looking for. Will he have an extra lap here? Will Corey Roan? No, he will not. So 4 laps is the advantage of the number 56 here for Geodesic. Big wiggle of the entered pit road. I think snagged the rear tire there. Did a good job just getting that down to pit road speed, but always got to be careful there. You want to maximize the pit entry as much as you can, David, but locking up a rear tire can be mighty scary, because I'll be honest, I'd rather risk the 15-second speeding penalty versus yoinking a rear tire and throwing the car in the wall while in the lead.
Without a doubt, and it is definitely pit stop time for GTE. The lane is full of them, and every car coming around either previous lap or this lap deciding, yep, tank's getting a bit empty, it's time to top it off one more time. And the case is also true for our leader. Is there a driver change in that car?
Yep, David Berry's getting behind the wheel of the Geodesic machine. So filling it up. Of course, tires and fuel happen at the same time in these cars, so just waiting on the Porsche. David Berry will cycle out. Where is that TBR machine? He's actually headed off towards turn 1, so I think there may have been a little bit of a short fill here from Lewis Goodway because he's able to come off away with the race lead, and he's trying to push his advantage, and I think this is a good call from the 73 car because they know they don't have the advantage in terms of ultimate amount of fuel. They're going to try to, I think, short fill here these last couple stints instead of doing a single short fuel stint at the end where they have one short fill. They're going to try to spread it out over the course of a couple of the stints and maybe build a big gap of some sort and hope they can make this work. I think this is a fantastic strategy call from this Bushfink machine.
Yep, and definitely a difference in the pit stop service for those two cars. Lewis Goodway, we know, stayed in from the previous stint, and a driver change for Geodesic Racing Gold. And again, I think a little bit less fuel for the TBR-powered Craig Dock with Lewis Goodway. We know that there was a tyre change, dropped, and it wasn't long after that that they said, yep, okay, that's fuel and we're out. I think the Geodesic Racing Gold stayed stationary, taking fuel for a little bit longer after the tyre change, at presumably a full tank.
I think you're right. I think both teams are just sort of pushing what they feel is their advantage. Geodesic think they have the fuel advantage and can go longer, so they're going to try to maximize that. TBR, they're obviously going to be short filling, trying to open that gap up, really pressure that Geodesic car into closing the gap, and of course they're going to have a slightly lighter car for their stint. That means the tires should be doing a little bit more, having a little bit more life in them, and the lap times should get a little bit quicker as well. With that said, we are going to step away here on RacespotTV, give you a little bit of fan immersion, allow myself and David to catch our breath a little bit. It's been a pretty hectic kind of 2-hour stint here since we started the broadcast. What with that caution and the field resetting, and there's been a lot of drama up in the front for both of these categories. So we're going to take a quick break. Let's ride on board with one of those prototypes. Let's go. Let's ride with the Team Husingville number 78 that is chasing down that number 105 of Mikel Constantini by the tune of about a second a lap. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back here to RacespotTV, streaming live on iRacing Live as the DGFX 1,000 miles of Silverstone continues. Just had a bit of a fun RacespotTV fan immersion riding on board of the Team Hoosingsville number 78. But now we're watching the second place fight in your prototypes as the 1050 Barbonera Racing Green car is fighting with Scimitar Esport. And they had the strategy called to not take tires, David, at the last pit stop. But Mikhail Constantini, that 105, is out there struggling on that old rubber.
Yeah, we've seen in that fan immersion, Michael Schottler for Heusink Welt, well, struggling through the traffic to get the pass done. A few times he had a good run and got maybe pinned by some GT traffic and couldn't get it done. But once he got through and was unleashed, wow, he's just done a 35.9 compared to Michele Constantini's 38.6. So that's a huge, about 2.5 second difference. We've seen he's gone and bolted. And now it's the number 707 Scimitar Esport with Julian Ribelow behind the wheel, hounding the back of Michele Constantini, flashing the lights at every opportunity. I'm not sure that'll rattle Michele Constantini. He's a very well-known competitor and been a relatively cool head so far this race. But the strategy call of that in this hot weather got him the lead on the shorter pit stop time, but it's not looking so clever now as they're nearly contact that apex speed much slower.
Yeah, Mikhail's really all over the place and struggling, and the Scimitar car is really getting held up by this. He was about 1.5 to 2 seconds quicker every single lap before he got to Mikhail, but ever since getting here, he's been in the 38, so he hadn't done a single lap in the 38 before getting locked behind him here. Now he's just trapped there. A couple of GT cars are going to allow the gap to separate. Close moment there with Bad Cactus, actually. Michele Constantini, I think the move was good, though. Still able to squeak through. But now Julian Ribelow, a little bit of breathing room. Going to flash the lights back at Michele in that 1050 car as they run down the hangar straight and up towards Stowe. And if you're Julian, he's either going to have to get a run coming off the S's and make the move into Stowe, which is sort of the classic passing opportunity here. Either that or in towards Abbey. Or he's going to have to flat out hope he can use one of these GT cars as a pick and sort of make it through, similar to what we saw happen to Michael Schumacher off the original Flying Finn at Spa.
There's a few options to get it done, but we're seeing just brave moves by Michele Constantini through the traffic. We saw that during our RaceSpot fan immersion, just positioning the car well around the traffic that doesn't necessarily have the outright speed, but playing the traffic well like a guitar, just strumming his way through, using a pick even, and holding that, but it can't be long before Julian Ribelow gets through. The pace difference, it'll just require something to not fall to the favor of 1050 Barbonera Racing, and they'll be back in third position.
Now, what kind of song is he playing on that guitar? Is it a little bit of Wonderwall? Is it Freebird? What tune is he strumming on there?
Hard to say, but this is sort of a Japanese-American car, so it'd have to be something of that genre.
So maybe something out of the old school Jackass soundtrack. But they head down the hangar straight and off towards Stowe. 1050 Barbonera has been given a little bit of an advantage here in terms of gap to work with. So Scimitar's going to have to do some work, and Julian's going to have to put in a couple blistering laps, bring that gap back down as low as he possibly can. Still keeping an eye on your GTE field, of course. It's still the Craig Face car that leads the way with Torque Freak, who's actually find their way up and towards second. And I believe Torque Freak has done some semi-similar strategy work that TBR did here, David, to get themselves in towards that second spot. I think it might have been a bit of a short stop at that last pit stop. And then Geodesic has cycled back into the third spot. However, the lap times have really been struggling. Geodesic, as I just go full can't read English and just mix up the words all over the place.
It's called a spoonerism, where you swap the first letters, but yeah.
yeah, swap all sorts of letters around inside of the words. The Geodesic car, the pace is really struggling there. David Berry's gotten behind the wheel, and simply doesn't have the pace as a couple of drivers that we've seen before, because, you know, that Ferrari out in front is doing mid-45s. David Barraclough is flying doing 44.3s, and David Barry just did a 46.2, and that's been one of his quicker laps of the stint. Compare that to Corey Roon, who is doing 44s pretty much the entire run. He's about 2 to 3 seconds shy of his teammates. So unfortunate there for the geodesic guys, because they could quickly fall out of the window of their strategy to work and potentially hand this win to either TBR or a new potential dark horse in Torque Freak.
Yeah, you look at that gap from our leading GT to backwards to Torque Freak, and you gotta say, it won't be too long before we're looking at that as an on-track battle. And David Berry for Geodesic Racing Gold is just starting to drop back a little bit, just a couple seconds a lap.
Looking at stint lengths, Corey's done pretty much the bulk of running in that car. He got in the car on lap 113 and out of it on 224. So about 110 laps. That's a pretty long run. 68 and the 35 are close out there on the racetrack. So as we check in there, Radicals Online at JRT fighting with the Husingfeld number 35 car. This is a Porsche. It's a Porsche on Porsche action. Christian Frank, the driver in the number 35 machine. This is a battle for 4th and 5th on the racetrack. Connor Ryan, he's doing 45s, mid to high 44s for Christian Frank as they head down through Stowe at the end of the Hangar Straight. No opportunity to make a move just yet for that Husingfeld car behind.
Yep, identical machinery means it's all about the drivers here and what opportunity they can make with traffic. A wide line from Radicals Online, and they'll go side by side as they approach the Abbey chicane, but just chops him off, and they stay in that position.
Down through Abbey, off towards Bridge. Now, Priory is sort of a dark horse out braking opportunity. You can throw moves up the inside. No one's going to choose to do it right there, though. Everyone's going to sort of run the slightly wider entry in towards Priory. Oftentimes, you want to kind of keep that car roughly in the middle of the racetrack to sort of defend, but regardless, now through left field here, and a little bit wide is Connor Ryan. That's going to give him a nice little sprint down the front straightaway, a sort of initial jump, but still kind of open the gap just a little bit for that Husingfeld car, who is going to have the slipstream down the front straightaway, should roughly kind of equalize that gap. Through turn one, a little bit of a slide for that number 68 car. That's going to open the door, I think, maybe for Husingfeld. Do they get brave going into the S's? They're going to pull it over to driver's left through the first sector, and Connor Ryan, a little bit of a lift, and that's going to be just enough. Fantastic move from Christian Frank. He's going to pick up the 4th spot going through the S's.
Very, very fast part, fully committed, and so a brave move, dive to the inside, hang it around the outside, and move done.
Fantastic move. You have to be opportunistic when they come up, and well, it ends up working out. Car number 48 ends up getting a warning for ignoring blue flags. That's Team AOR, who's 8th place in the prototype field. Just a warning, so no penalty for them as they are calmly working themselves around the racetrack. Checking back in with this fight for second. Simitok still been unable to get around Mikhail Constantini. Mikhail has picked the pace up a little bit by getting down into the 30s. Oh, and a little bit of contact. Mikhail a little bit slow through the right-hander exiting the S's, and I think Simitok just gave him a little bit of a shot there. I don't think they were expecting him to be that far off the pace. I think Mikhail was trying to set up that GT car coming through the exit of the S's, and Simitok was trying to also try to work the undercut and maybe try to make something happen, but a little bit of a contact moment there, and another secondary one, and Simitok's involved. Big incident following Stowe. What exactly happened here? That blue Ferrari coming through Stowe just got a little bit of oversteer on the exit and just barely clipped that Simitok car as he went around. I don't know how Julian Ribolo was able to keep that thing off the wall, but a couple scary moments for the prototype running in 3rd.
Wow, yeah, right on the exit of the corner, the Ferrari gets loose, and that nose comes around, taps Simitok Esports, and be hoping there's no damage to him, but very lucky to avoid a wall with that kind of bump, and he big slide across the grass, tries to rejoin the track. I don't see a whole lot of damage, but that would have shook them for sure, and it was a big ride across the bumpy grass.
is one of those things, though, that it's not necessarily the damage that you can see that you're worried about. It's often the damage that happens underneath. And where he got clipped by that GT car as it spun around and just barely clipped the left rear tire is sort of the worry point. It was right near the wheel, and that's one of those places where you can sort of have that issue happen. I mean, think about the incident that we had a little bit earlier, that Porsche, which I can't remember the name of now, that got the little bit of damage from that spin at Stowe. It wasn't a hard hit that really broke that car. It was just a just hard enough hit in the right spot on the car that broke the suspension, essentially made the car undrivable, even at sort of limping speeds, which brought out the yellow. So that's sort of the big thing to keep an eye on, is does he maybe have a little bit of damage? Car seems pretty clean. It's going to go past that Heusinkveld. Is that a Heusinkveld GT? No, it's a Reverend Racing car. Very similar color scheme, looking at it from the angle I was. But besides that, Scimitar car seems relatively healthy. Would have hemorrhaged a couple seconds, but overall, that's the sort of pales in comparison to nearly having your race ended.
Yeah, looking at him now, done one lap to sort of shake it off, see how the car's handling, and I think that Scimitar Esports car's come out relatively undamaged and is closing that gap down once again. And we see the pace advantage he's got over Michele Constantini, but just hasn't been able to make the pass yet. I have to say, it's phenomenal driving and clever car placement from Michele Constantini, that he's kept Scimitar Esports behind him all this time.
He's done a good job, and it's one of the things that Mikel, his experience in Indy cars makes him very good at defending. It makes him aggressive because, of course, you got, this sort of, oh no, Michele Constantini, big mistake on the exit of turn 1. And how do we keep having these big moments in the scary parts of the track and people avoid a race-ending incident? A slight brush of the wall for Michele Constantini after clipping the curb on the exit of turn 1 and nearly going around. I think that's the 4th car we've seen spin there, David, since the start of our stint, and no one has plowed the wall, which is typically what happens when you spin at that corner.
Yeah, it looks like once again you can almost sort of bottom the car out, I think, out there on the concrete bit and the curb and the grass. And so any combination of them, he's had a bit of oversteer, corrected it one way, snapped back the other, and then stomps on the brake pedal, locks up all 4. He's heading towards the wall, manages to unlock the tires just in time to almost avoid contact. Not too much of a hard hit, but that's a position lost, and could have picked up a little bit of damage from that.
I remember John Hindhaugh made a comment during the Bathurst 12 hour about Shane Van Gisbergen, and after he nearly he tried to make a pass on a slower traffic car in the Bathurst 12 hour at Skyline. We've seen so many cars have wrecks exiting turn 1 but just not hit anything.
Yeah, we've seen them spin to the outside wall, to the inside wall, and none of them make a huge amount of contact.
So, out back toward the front straightaway for that 1050 car is going to be counting his lucky stripes. Now, I do want to take a quick look at the sort of fuel strategy. So, let's take a quick peek. What did, say, our race leader, Ronnie Fantini, do on his last stint? Of course, Michael Schoder is now the driver behind the wheel of that machine, but it was Ronnie who was behind the wheel of that car during the caution period. So he came into the car on lap 196, and he came down pit road on lap number 131. So that was about a 36 lap stint there from Ronnie. And I'm just taking a look. I think, let's see, lap 232 is the last time we saw that car come on down towards pit road. Have to factor in the handful of caution laps, which is going to bring the total stint length probably down to about 30 laps, which means we're about 10 laps away in this prototype from coming down pit road. That's going to be about 262. That means we're going to have to see a one last full pit stop, a bit of a 17, 18 lap splash and dash from your prototype leaders out in front. I think if you're really wise, what you end up doing, David, is instead of doing one full stint and a super shorty stint, these prototypes, they have enough downforce that they really do react to the fuel level. I think coming down pit road this next time, you'd be very wise to split the difference and underfill the car, give it about a half tank, and essentially split it into 2 half tank runs versus a full tank run and a basically 10 lap, 12 lap sprint.
these are the strategy options available to them. And you're absolutely right with the HPD. One of the things it does respond to is, you find yourself getting quicker through the stint sometimes as the fuel burns away. Like, it can depend on the weather, and the tyres might be wearing out a little quicker in this hot weather, but it's a light little prototype, not a huge engine. Obviously an open cockpit car, doesn't weigh a whole lot except for that fuel.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big things. It is, it's practically an open wheeler, and it's those sort of prototypes and open wheelers that really respond to the fuel. GT cars, you will see a pace advantage on a lighter tank of fuel, don't get me wrong, but you won't notice a 3-gallon difference in a GT car, even a GTE car, the same way you will in just about anything else. Now, we have apparently, I believe we may have had a black flag for Eric Clark of the Bad Cactus Racing Kala car. One of the drivers, not the driver is currently behind the wheel, but I see on the race control that they were given a black flag for avoidable contact. We'll have to wait and see if that car ends up coming down pit road or not. So penalties still being dished down here. That car is pretty far down the order though. Running, what is that? That's pretty, let's see, about 24th in class in what is really about a 32 car field. So tail end of the field when you factor in that the last probably 4 or 5 cars have pretty much called it a day in that category. So not the sort of day that Bad Cactus would always like, which always does make me sad because I have some fond memories racing with those guys at Bad Cactus in the likes of the Continental Sports Car Championship and in the Mustangs and whatnot. They were always a fun bunch to race. They don't seem to have the greatest of luck here in the faster GT cars.
They're obviously not translating up to these bigger, higher horsepower cars.
It is one of those things that sometimes can unfortunately happen. And let's see, did I just hear fuel saving is happening for your leading Ferrari? I just clicked over to him at the right time. Lewis Goodway on the run down in towards Abbey. There's no mistaking it. I think lifted off and clutched for about 100 meters on the entry into the Abbey chicane. The next real long braking zone we have is going to be the run on towards turn 1. And if we can, I'd like to get a bit of an onboard shot and listen to that number 73 car to see what they do on the run down in towards turn 1. So for Lewis, currently behind one of the Berlin Simsport Porsches, and he's doing the same thing. He's clutching in and he's coasting that car on entry into the corners. Now, what's interesting is that you don't actually need to clutch to save fuel. You only have to lift and coast, so there's no reason for him to be doing that. However, fuel saving coming out from your leader, and considering their fuel situation, and I think considering the fact that Geodesic have fallen so far off the pace from that driver swap, I think this is a really smart call from them. Instead of just going out and trying to, they already have the pace advantage, even saving fuel, try to bring that fuel advantage that Geodesic has and try to reel it back in a little bit.
Yeah, even not just with the audio, we can see it on board on the dash, how early towards turn 1 the shift lights started going back down as he lifted out of the throttle. We knew that they pitted before that caution that we had, and it was everyone else pitted under the caution. And now we're seeing that just that small 4-lap gap, they might be worried about having to make a stop more than all the other cars behind them that they're racing for this win in the GT category.
And not only that, but like I said, with Geodesic having that 4-lap advantage, there's roughly going to be 2.5 stints, similar to what we have in the prototypes here, because the prototypes and the GTE cars, they have a semi-similar stint length. So for them to go out and really just try to reel that gap in, they could potentially shave half of that advantage off while still stretching the gap, simply because that driver that's currently in that Geodesic car just doesn't have the pace. Always, I think, a good decision there when you know you have the pace advantage, instead of pressing it, trying to find an advantage that they might have and cut it out from under them as well. Really, really, really smart decision making there from the Craig Dog machines. And do you really expect anything less when you got Craig's face on the side of your Ferrari?
I wouldn't expect anything less, definitely not. So I'm looking at how far into their stints these guys are, and TBR powered by Craig Dock now 21 laps in, and we see them fuel saving 4 laps later, Geodesic Racing Gold pitted. But our current second place guys, Talk Freak Racing, David Barraclough, they pitted another 4 laps after that. So those guys are probably expecting to have a short fill, and they're only 5 seconds or so back on the track from Lewis Goodway. They could be in a position on a shorter pit stop, or maybe even pace, because they are doing well out there, to take this lead.
Barraclough was flying out there when he had the opportunity, but David's been one of the quicker drivers in the GTE cars ever since the category released. I remember running in the Neo qualifiers last year and letting my teammates at Camaro down because I'm really bad. But I remember Barraclough was one of the quickest drivers during the qualifying segment. He really is sort of a staple driver at Torque Freak, and is one of those drivers that can really, I don't want to say prop that team up, but he is one of the big name drivers that can really get it done in that group when they really need it. And this is one of those points. He knows that those drivers out in front of him, at least he should, that they're probably saving fuel, because I'm sure that the Torque Freak car, or excuse me, probably a member that's either watching, or David is savvy enough that he would be able to keep track and know that car out in front of him is not doing the sort of speed that it should be, and he's going to try to press that advantage as much as he can and bring that gap down. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this strategy works out. We're going to have one car that's basically going to be saving fuel while doing decent pace, who's leading. The second place running car is not going to be saving fuel, going hell-bent for leather. And Geodesic's going to be trying to, I assume Corey's going to get back into the car at the next pit stop, and they're going to be going hell-bent for leather, trying to bring that gap back down and in.
Yeah, exactly. On that lap, they were pretty equal between TBR powered by Craig Dock, Lewis Goodway, and Talk Freak Racing, David Barraclough. But on the lap before that, it pulled in another 8 tenths or so. And so sometimes with the traffic, they stay about the same, and other times, Talk Freak pulling in the gap. Clearly, David Barraclough walked the walk, but talked the talk.
So let's just check back in with this Bushfink Racing red car in towards Abbey. Again, saving fuel, so it is a consistent thing that they've been doing for a couple laps now. And I'll listen in with the Torque Freak car to see if maybe they might be cluing into something as well, because that is something to potentially look at, is when you realize your competitors are saving gas, especially your important competitors are saving gas, is something you might want to look at. So have a listen to David Barraclough when they go in towards turn 1 and see if there's maybe a little bit of lifting and coasting coming in there from the orange and blue machine that, if you would have been sim racing about 4 years ago, would be calling the Oceanic Overclockers Australia team, excuse me. Basically the color scheme that they use. So in towards turn 1, let's see if David lifts out a little bit early. Not really. So I think David is really, he may not be pushing to 110% trying to run nearly qualifying pace here, but he's not lifting out of it or saving fuel in any way either.
Yeah, looking at the pit strategy and when Talk Freak last stopped, I think they've either got one pit stop less than the TBR car, or if the TBR manages to save enough fuel, they've got the same number of stops, but Talk Freak are going to have a shorter stop. So I don't think at this point they really need to save too much fuel. They just need to keep that gap within 5 seconds or so, and a shorter pit stop might just propel them into the lead. Otherwise, if they keep the pace up and they make the TBR car have to keep their pace up, then they could be guaranteed the win potentially on having one less pit stop.
So we are going to have an interview with Mr. Josh Thompson from Radicals Online. Now, Josh, I know the car that you were technically signed up with didn't have very good luck, went out of the race pretty early on, 178 laps ago. It's only about an hour or two into this thing, but I'm sure you guys at Radicals are working and still trying to make sure that 68 car gets a really, really good result. First thing I want to ask you about, what's the fuel situation after the caution period for you guys? Because we have a couple cars that are doing some sort of interesting things. Some might be fuel saving, others are pushing it really, really hard. What's sort of the situation over there at Radicals?
I've not been there for a little bit, but I've got some just briefly after the safety car, and they sound pretty confident. So they must, I think Ryan in his stint, because I think we knew Ryan wasn't the quickest out the 3 drivers. Obviously Adam's number 1 in the team, so we're using Ryan. I think we use him there to fuel save a little bit, so I think we had a little bit more in hand than most people around us. That's why I think they're quite happy at the moment with the pace and how it's all playing out.
Now, one question I do want to also ask you. This is really the first major event we've seen of the Porsche. I mean, of course, there's been some official races, and streamers and the like will often hop in the car. But this is the first time we've really seen this car used in a super long endurance race format, and really seen it put to the test over a long race versus the Ferrari and the Ford, which no one ever drives, even though everyone claims the BOP is really good. What's your take on the balance of performance with this car? Because it seems to be the favored car. There's the Ferrari out in front, but the bulk of the field was Porsches. The bulk of the leading cars are Porsches. What sort of how does it kind of handle and compare to the Ferrari and even the Ford when you have a super long run kind of setup on the car?
It's a strange one because, like you said, the BOP is quite good at the moment, and theoretically, and from testing, the Ferrari is still the best car. But no, the Porsche itself over a long distance actually quite nice. In the Ferrari you start to struggle quite a lot, especially last time I raced a long distance, so Daytona a bit different now, but obviously there you usually feel quite a lot of drop off, probably from that midway through the stint you would start noticing a little drop off. With the Porsche over a long distance, the balance is really nice and you don't really notice that much of a drop off. You use a little bit of traction in like the second, third gear area, but nothing huge, maybe a little snap, so you just have to feather the throttle a tiny bit more than you normally would. But other than that, you can usually do a stint really, really consistently.
Now, of course, talking about an event like this, there's always a couple things, that we had that caution period that lasted 20-30 minutes that throws a bit of a wrench in terms of the fuel strategy for everybody. But not only that, but the fact that this event, it sort of mimics the Petit Le Mans, where instead of being a timed event, it's done by distance or time. So obviously if there's a lot of safety cars, to end up with a race that goes 10 hours long. But if it stays green, the race could end up chopping in at basically 8 hours and some change. What's sort of the difficulty there of setting up the strategy for an event like that, knowing that yellows and this can have such a huge change on between whether or not the race goes 1,000 miles or goes 900 some miles and is ended at due to yellows and due to time?
Yeah, it's a strange situation really, because not many scenarios you have this. So you have to always keep it in the back of your mind, so you try and plan stuff in advance. So obviously it's been quite weird because obviously we expected there was going to be a lot more like safety cars and stuff, but actually there's not. I think there's only been 1 or 2. So from what I've seen, so it doesn't.
One.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas we thought it was going to be at least 3 or 4 by the midpoint of the race, and especially with personally how I felt the driving standards were, I think there could have been more. So you always have to plan in advance, so maybe that extra lap or 2 you maybe save fuel, or you don't push as hard just to bring it at home a little bit, so you save an extra 1 or 2 laps. It came down to time. You're the one there who's got the last lap. Yes, you might have dropped 4, 5, 6 seconds, but you're the one who's got the last lap when it's under the safety car and everyone's having to crawl for the fuel. And especially if it goes green with like 2 or 3 to go, everyone else is screwed.
Definitely an interesting thing, and it's going to be interesting for us to watch, especially with this fuel strategy getting down towards the end of the race. So thank you for joining us, Josh. Know that it can be frustrating when your car sort of has their race in it early to having to sit around and help out, but we do appreciate it, especially coming in and chatting with us. So before we let you go, you get it done for you guys at the Radical 6 Sideways Kart, and actually I'm on this channel. Any shout outs?
Yes, so obviously I want to say thanks to Carl and Sven for obviously running in the car with me. It was a shame we didn't get to show what we knew we had in the car, because even with damage we were still quite fast, but we're just so far out of contention. Also the other team, JLT, with Adam, Ryan doing a great job, and Connor as well, I want to give a big shout out to, because it's his first actual proper endurance sort of event in the team since he's joined. So he's doing a stellar job, and then the sponsors of JLT, Asim Race, Grand Fuel Simulations, and Armour Central.
There he is, Mr. Josh Thompson from Radicals Online, JRT/Radicals Online 6 Sideways. They're currently plucking along in that 5th spot, actually closing in on that 4th place running car that we've seen having struggling with the pace, David. So having another interesting fight here inside of our top 5 as David Berry. I don't know. I'm actually, you know what? I'm keen to see if he might be saving fuel as well as he runs down in towards Abbey. No, he's not saving gas, so David just doesn't have the speed as his teammate did. I thought that may have been something after realizing some drivers are saving gas. Maybe that was something David was doing that we missed, but we're about to have an interesting fight for 4th here as Connor Ryan is circulating about a second quicker than that number 56 car.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we've had our prototype leader come into the pits and a driver change there. Was that a scheduled pit stop? I'm not sure. I guess the prototypes are coming up for that now. And so
actually, yeah, that was pretty much bang on, because like we said, we saw it was about a 36 lap stint that Ronnie Fantini did during the caution. And that stint that Michael just did was 30 laps exactly, lap 232 to lap 262. So I think that was a full run of the fuel out of the car. That 6 laps, of course, difference would have come during the safety car.
Yeah, so they've gone 1 lap longer at least than the Simitok Esport car. So Julian Ribelow assumes the lead, but presumably not for long because he'll be due into the pits soon. You're right that over in that GT category, Geodesic Racing Gold were holding off the GT Team Hoisingfeld number 35 car before they had a little bit of an issue, and Team Hoisingfeld 35 with Christian Frank has come through into 3rd place, Geodesic Racing Gold 56 in 4th place. And we were talking to Josh from Radicals Online, and his sister car is now closing in for that 4th spot.
Definitely seems to be the situation as another penalty gets handed down to Bad Cactus, it looks like. So their bad race kind of goes from bad to worse. Another penalty dished out for the incident limit, so expect that 95 car to take a trip down pit lane relatively soon. I will also say we should be expecting to see, I believe, will the GT cars have to pit shortly, don't they? Let's see, when did Lewis... They just come down pit road relatively soon. I might be wrong about that.
Yeah, we've been seeing the GT cars go a little bit longer than the prototypes, and our prototypes were now coming for their 2nd stop since the caution. So maybe the GT cars will go another 10 or so minutes, though we would definitely be expecting that Simitok Esports car to come in from the lead in prototype rather soon.
It's going to be interesting to see, especially with the fact that the interesting thing that it's going to be interesting to see is with the Bushfink Racing Ferrari going out there and saving fuel the way Lewis has been sort of through the second half of the stint, is we saw a 4-lap differential between him and Geodesic at the last pit stop. Will he bring that gap back down and in with all this fuel saving? Will he get it down to 3 laps? Will he maybe even get it down to 2? Will this actually fuel saving end up panning out, or will it end up being a waste of time and he ends up with the same sort of fuel number as Geodesic, especially compared to Torque Freak and even that Team Housingville number 35 car, who, by the way, Bear Cloud is still flying, reeling in that leading TBR Ferrari by about 6 or 7, nearly a second a lap.
And on screen, our prototype leader does come in, Julian Ribelow on the lane, and our leading GT also on screen. They sort of go past each other there. Julian Ribelow looks like he's staying in. Will the car go up on jacks for new tyres? Nope, I don't think I saw it go up on the jacks, so it might be still the same tyres now for Simitok Esports. Get a look at their stop time.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they skipped tires here, and that's going to be a bit of an interesting strategy call from them, because we obviously saw that 1050 Barbonera Racing team car. We saw them try that, and the car was pretty much terrible, let's just be honest. Constantini had no pace, and he had no confidence in the car either. So, and Julian Ribelow, he would have seen exactly what Mikel Constantini was having to deal with behind. I actually think for Ribelow, if he wanted to do that, he should have done it at the next pit stop, where the race will be ended by the lap counter, rather than having to sit in the car and now do a full 30-lap stint, where if he had done it next time, he'd only potentially be looking about a 17, 18-lap stint.
Yeah, if these guys are expecting a splash towards the end and not having to take a full tank, I guess that would be a great opportunity to leave the tyres on, make it a real short stop, and maybe push a set of tyres 1.5 stints instead of 2.
Regardless, always good to see the different strategies. That said, the 78 car still comes out with a pretty sizable gap. I think it's about 6 to 7 seconds. Actually, my opinion, and therefore Fat Car ends up cycling into the second spot, but we know they're on sort of a differing strategy. Warning gets handed out for the number 145 machine. That's VRT E-Racing Cobalt for a dive bomb that happened apparently a few laps ago. But again, just a warning, so no penalties being handed out. That car is running in 10th in the prototype division. As now, it's pretty much just all eyes on the GT cars for the remainder of this stint, the next handful of laps. Oh, your race leaders, this is going to get tight. Team Housingville number 35, or excuse me, 78. Marcel Tide leading prototype, and Vertex Cobalt. Actually, that same exact car that just got a warning. Go 3 wide with your GT leader down the hanger straight. That number 145 car, Daniel Benefield, just got behind the wheel, and he is absolutely flying. I think likely on new rubber. I think that Housingville car may have double stinted the tires as well, and I think you can see the sort of difficulty that brings you given their pace.
Yeah, I think Daniel Benefield from Australia up a little bit early this morning and hopping into a prototype, as is one of his favourite categories of racing. Though he might prefer to have a hybrid system, I'm sure he's relishing this opportunity to be behind the wheel of a P2 class car. And yeah, indeed, some quick lap times from him.
He's doing a good job clonking off some quick laps, which is what you have to do. Happening up and down the field, really, in both categories. You're starting to see, these guys that are found their way out to the front, doing everything in their power to put together some monster laps. You get as much of an advantage as they can in the late stages of this race. As your Bushfink race leader goes right past the pit entry again, and that gap is down, I think, to about a second between himself and David Barraclout as they both run their way through Cops on the run down towards Maggots, the whole Beckett's and Chapel sequence. Flight lift early for Lewis there in towards the S's, but he's not really pushing the fuel as much there, but you can still see the way that Porsche closes up through that first kind of sector of the S's and now down hanger straight. Actually, the Porsche Short Freak Racing, not a super great exit off of those for David. Maybe a little bit of pace, that kind of shows the pace that Lewis is leaving out there on the racetrack, but the way that he closes in, you can see the fact that he's saving fuel, the way that orange and blue Porsche builds in about 2 car lengths into every single braking zone.
And now Cinematop Esports P2 machine splits between them. For a while, there was no other cars on track between them, and it was a straight fight. I think the pace is still in David Barraclou's court. He's got the faster car and maybe just a little bit more fuel to play with to make it work, not having to conserve. And these guys can't be more than about 5 laps away from a pit stop for actually expecting one relatively soon for the Bushfinks car, and then Talk Freak Racing maybe have another 10 laps in hand.
Seems like it's 68 to 56 come back together. This is Geodesic and Radicals. The fight that we were talking about could end up forming. We've gotten word from Corey, who's in the Geodesic team, that David just really isn't super comfortable here and is just trying to get through towards the end of the stint. I think after this, Corey will likely be getting into the car and trying to plow his way forward. Probably just do as much as he can, go as fast as he can. Prototype through at bridge. That's Nathan Lewis in the Barbadero Racing blue machine. A little bit of a close moment. That's in the that's not the leading car, the one, well, not leading, but the one that's in 4th place. That's the one that's 2 laps down running P8. Still the sister car to the driver, to the car driven by the 2 McKells. And it's going to be a good run here from Radicals as David Berry makes a mistake coming off the final corner. Connor Ryan is going to pick up that 4th spot, move Geodesic, who is leading about an hour and some change ago, back into P5.
Yeah, as we were watching from behind, watching from on board with the Radicals car, we just couldn't help but notice that towards Abby, the geodesic car was pushing quite a bit of understeer. He missed the apex there, and then on the exit of Luffield, he's just tried to get on the power, and the thing stopped turning. He's just pushed out wide there, and the inside line goes to the Radicals car of Connor Ryan, as does 4th position.
So, fights happening. Of course, the lead fight now for the GT field is pretty much as close as it's going to get. As you see that number 81 Sport Freak car right under the rear wing of Lewis Goodway. We know pit stops are going to be happening soon, and we expect that this Bushfink car will be the one to start him, but Lewis is going to go right past that pit entry this time. I mean, he's going to start lap number 254 right here, right now. And I will say, just looking at the stint numbers, when was the last time Lewis ended up coming down pit road? Lap number 221, so kind of started the stint on 221. He's currently doing 253. They're sort of in the window of being able to do this on one stint, so I'm sort of curious, why would they be fuel saving this hard if they can do 40 some odd laps? Surely they would know that they could go from 220 to about 255, 260, even if it's not a full 40. You would get to 255, 260, 270, and you know that you're going to have at least 15 laps less to do than the prototypes, as Bear Cloud is going to take a look to the outside. I actually think Lewis Goodway, now really thinking about it and looking at the numbers, I don't think this fuel saving has been helping Bushfink whatsoever, because the GT cars aren't going to be doing 714 laps. They're going to be doing however many times the prototype cars lap them. Subtract that from the race total. That's the lap total they're racing to. So they may only have to do 698 laps. If right now the Bushfink guys have for some reason prep their fuel number to lap 714 as opposed to 698, they might have just wasted a long time saving gas in this Ferrari, because as I do the numbers right now, I don't see any reason for them to have really needed to save a bunch of gas.
I guess we'll end up seeing who knows more between us here in the commentary booth and I guess their strategy guys. But whatever the case, Talk Freak Racing had closed it up, and now they're right underneath, and we saw that move side by side into Stowe. Lewis Goodway just keeping it a little bit to the inside and sort of making David Barraclough choose, is he going to go all the way to the inside or hold the normal racing line? And he decided to hold the normal racing line. Just a little bit of a defensive move as the car rejoins on track right next to them, but still we'll see who's quicker between the Ferrari and the Porsche through the S's here. I think the Ferrari often tends to turn pretty well, but it looks like the power down definitely advantage Porsche.
It really does seem that way, so it's going to be interesting to see. And I know that having fuel and saving some fuel is always a benefit. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but you're talking about giving up a 15-second buffer that you had to a car behind you just to maybe have a 1 to 2 second advantage on pit road, David. If they don't end up needing that fuel, which it's still sort of questionable whether or not they do. I want to see when exactly they come down pit road. It's sort of, the question has to be asked is, was it worth it? And I have to say, giving up 15 seconds to save 1 to 2 is pretty much right there on the buffer of not being worth it.
Well, the TVR powered by Craig Dock car, they're looking at about 34 laps now into their stint. We subtract how many times they're going to get lapped by the HPDs. They might have about 40 laps to run from here. So to make it on one more pit stop, they'd have to be doing, 38-ish on a stint. They might be looking at just one more stop and trying to hold it out till then.
It's going to be really, really close. We'll do a quick rundown, because we haven't done one in a while, of your top 8 in each category, because there's been, of course, some pretty big fluctuations up and down the field. Start with your prototypes. It's currently, in my opinion, and therefore fact podcast HPD who leads the way over Team Husingfeld number 78. That race leader owes us a pit stop in the near future. However, you have to keep in mind the fuel numbers and the fuel strategy, because we're expecting these guys to do about 30 laps. Wind, in my opinion, eventually the last come down pit road, it was lap number 241, so they might actually be coming down pit road this time. They are really, really tight, maybe being able to pull something off with the strategy here. Let's see. I just want to watch as they get ready to come off this final corner. If they end up coming down pit road, it's exactly what they do. So that current race leader is going to come down pit road, likely cycle out to about 4. Team Husingfeld number 78 will inherit the race lead. Simitok Esport will get up to 2nd, and 1050 Barbonera Racing Green will get themselves up to 3rd. Berlin Simsport is running in the 5th spot. That's not going to change. F4H Motorsport Pico de Baco is in 6th. Rincon Arduso Racing Lead is in 7th, or led, and we're still unsure of which one that is. And the other 1050 Barbonera racing car, the Blue Machine, is running in 8th. TBR is currently leading the way, saving fuel in pretty much what is the lone Ferrari up at the front of the field. So interesting strategies there. Tour Freak Racing is roughly 1 molecule away in that Porsche in the 2nd spot. Team Husingfeld number 35 currently runs 3rd. So Team Husingfeld with a car currently on the podium in each category. Been a fantastic night for them. Radicals Online JRT is in the 4th spot, and Geodesic Racing Gold, car that was at one point leading this event, has cycled back into 5th. Berlin Simsport is in 6th. F4H Motorsport is in 7th, and German Sim Racing Purple is in 8th, with the other Geodesic car in 9th, and Reverend Racing rounding out your top 10. So some interesting names that have found their way up in towards the top 8 here in the closing stages of this race tonight.
Yeah, and the racing keeps going, kicking up some grass there, TBR car, holding all the way to the inside down towards Stowe, not leaving a car's width to the right, saying, nope, I'm holding the inside line, you'll have to go around the outside, and David Barraclough for Talk Freak Racing not able to go around the outside. The battle continues as Team Bushvink Racing try to hold the fuel and stay out there till they can reach a point they can make it to the end on one more stop.
Very, very close here for sure, and still it's just really the big question right now is, can anyone stretch the fuel out to about that lap 7:14 mark? At least it's 7:14 for the prototypes. We're going to be expecting that number to be somewhere around 6:898, 6:99 for the GT cars. So that's the big thing that we're really looking at for these fuel numbers. And the important thing to keep in mind is for this Bushvink car that they do still have that 3-lap disadvantage compared to Barraclough behind, given the fuel strategy before the caution of when they came down pit road. Of course, they came down
more
pit
than
road.
that, because the Talk Freak car pitted even later than Geodesic did. It's maybe even a 10 or so lap difference, is it not?
No, it's about 4. So
it's 8
so
lap
for Lewis
difference.
Goodway last came down on pit road, lap number 149. And David Barraclough got into this car when Chris Fuller's in lap was lap 224. So it's only about, 4 laps, 5 laps? Let me find the in lap again. Yeah, it's only a couple laps. It's not quite 10 laps. We have someone in chat. I think somebody just recently tuning in. This is the amount of time remaining is actually 2 hours. However, it is a distance race as well as time. So it works similar to the Petit Le Mans. So if anyone who's recently tuned in, seen that viewer count sort of fluctuate, so I'll just reiterate this. This works like the Petit Le Mans does at Road Atlanta every single year. So the Petit Le Mans is a 1,000-mile race or 10 hours, whichever comes first, and this event has the same exact structure. So right now we have more than enough time to get the race distance in, because we have 2 hours of racing to go pretty much, and it's going to be roughly 40 laps for the race leaders to get to the end, which is really only about a stint and a half. So we should finish this race with about an hour still left on the clock.
Yeah, indeed. We're currently with 40 laps to go. On screen, it's showing the lap counter and not the timer, which is good because we expect to be hitting that time, so that lap limit, that distance, before the time expires. It's a great battle for our GTE lead. Lewis Goodway doing, I think, a pretty good job to hold that lead.
That said, though, David Barraclough, since getting into the back of that Ferrari, he's not been aggressive whatsoever. He just sort of he got right to the exhaust pipe, and he just sort of, I think, started doing the exact same thing Lewis is and started saving himself some fuel as well. So be taking some of that advantage out of that Ferrari. I haven't seen him make a single move. Down here, the hangar straight, this will be a decent opportunity. He pulls out to the outside. Let's see if he's going to make the move. He's going to pull roughly even. This is the first time I've seen him really try to make it, and they're going to try to hold it to the outside. So this Porsche is deciding that this is the point that they want to get going. Hard on the brakes down in towards Vale. You can make both sides of the racetrack work here. Maybe a little bit of contact, and that's going to actually give the advantage to the Porsche around the outside here at Club if he can keep the momentum up. Sawing at the wheel is David Barraclough, and he has the momentum down the straight, and he has the line now down in towards Abbey. Will that Bushfink car slaughter around the outside aggressively? Yes, he will, and he's going to try to fight for this race lead. Fantastic racing for these two who are both trying to fuel save one another while keeping their track position. Through bridge, a prototype's going to come through, which is going to break it up for a little bit. Interesting racing here, David, because I actually have to say, if you're that Ferrari, if you're Lewis Goodway, who's been saving all this fuel, wouldn't you want that Porsche to just pass you so you can use the slipstream to save more fuel?
Or you might want to hold the track position, I don't know. But the way I'm seeing it now, if the TBR car does one more lap, then the number of laps remaining will be equal to how long they've gone in this stint. They can make it to the end on one more stop. Talk Freak make it to the end on 3/4 of a stint, so a shorter splash. But that was great racing then. I loved it. Side by side, all the way from Stowe to the end of Abbey. One car takes the inside, the next corner goes the other way, they're on the outside. Both of them not wanting to give it up and sticking it around the outside and making it work.
Yeah, it was a fantastic move, just wasn't quite able to hold on to it. Goodway not going to save fuel in towards Stoke because of some traffic. Prototype also going to be splitting this gap as well. Going down the inside at Vale, that was actually Mohases Carbrello and the Rincon Racing lead car. I still enjoy saying that it's lead because naming a car after a toxic substance just seems funny to me. So down this straight in towards Abbey. Let's see if Barraclough's going to slot up the inside. He sort of shows the nose, but he doesn't commit. He actually could have gone for it. Lewis, they got a little bit scared off the apex, and this might open the door for Barraclough to make a move here through Priory. Through bridge they're going to go, but no, that prototype that's slotting in behind is going to separate them again. Second time in 2 laps that they've caught some traffic have got them into the same point of the racetrack. Now through in towards Luffield. Then
and a wiggle for David Barraclough on the power down, and the 2 prototype cars now separate them.
Yeah, just a little bit. I will say, Hugo, if you could please, just for me, if we could do a RacespotTV fan immersion with that Bushfink Ferrari to prove to Fraser that he's saving fuel, it'd be great.
Yes, you see the revs dip all the way down on board there, meaning that the clutch is in.
It's just totally natural to disengage the clutch on the entry to the corner. That's the team secret hot lapping tips that Freddie uses every race, right?
So now we ride on board. He comes down towards Stowe. We can see the rev counter is up, past about 6,000. Not seeing it there, but on the entry to the S's, we saw it.
I know with 100% that Craig is going to be like, Lewis, they're on to us. You need to just not fuel save for a couple laps so we can make the broadcasters look silly, even though we rode on board with them earlier and saw them doing it. So, yes. Quit memeing on us, fam. We'll out-meme you. We control the memes.
Seize the memes of production. And we know that they have someone on their team watching it on the broadcast who can be communicating with them. We definitely did see at one point the revs dip more drastically than you would have just on the brake pedal, all the way down from about 6,000 RPM to 3,000, a sure sign that the clutch was in.
Yep, pretty much seems like the situation, unless these like 8,000 iRating drivers don't know what it looks like when you disengage a clutch on the entry to a corner, which is possible. Past the pit entry for these guys again, and now this is where questions start getting raised for me, because I have to do the math again, in my head here. If we look at this Ferrari in lap, like I said, lap 220 for Lewis Goodway. Last time he came down pit road, he's currently on lap number 261 of the stint, so 41 laps. They can make it to the end of the race for here on pretty much a full tank of gas, because they only need to go to lap 299 or whatever. They only need to do 30 some odd laps when they've just done a stint of 41. You're never going to extend a stint by 4 laps saving fuel. You're going to extend it by 1 to 2.
Yeah, absolutely. In the window, I think for almost all of our GTE field, that they could pit now and be able to fit enough fuel to make it to the end. So we could see a potential undercut strategy. I think Torque Freak Racing could bring David Barraclough in now with the field to the end, maybe find some clear track for him, and he wouldn't be bottled up behind here. And when TBR take their pit stop, David Barraclough for Torque Freak Racing could find himself in the lead. So they don't need to be behind and in the traffic right here. I think they've got options.
Yeah, there's definitely some options here, but the sort of question has to be asked. I think this Bushfink car has gotten the strategy all wrong, because like I said, I think they've misinterpreted the race distance. I think they've sort of messed up on that as the Torque Freak car at a slight moment. Actually, that Ferrari's going to end up coming down pit road. However, just doing the math right there, being able to go about 40 laps on a stint, which is what Lewis just did. He did 41. He could make it to the end of the race basically doing 2 39-lap stints. So he just gave up a 15-lap stint, he gave up a 15-second advantage over that Porsche to save a couple laps that he didn't need to save, because for them, the race is going to end on lap 699, 698. 399, 390. Or 299, 290. God, I'm so bad.
Well, yes, I think TBR powered by Craig Dock car, and there's a driver change there, so Goodway gets out of the car and Nickel Foggy gets in. I think they missed something by not filling the tank under the yellow, because now they've got track position, but they've just found themselves in this situation where there was no winning strategy move, where they weren't going to have just more time in the pit lane under green conditions than everyone else. And we'll see, when the other guys around them pit, especially Torque Freak Racing, that's our eyes on them. But I can't see a way that Torque Freak Racing don't have a shorter pit stop now that would let them keep the lead. I think a mistake potentially, or just a strategy fumble to not top the tank up.
It is also, the other thing to potentially keep in mind is, you think about the likes of David Barraclough and that Torque Freak Racing car. I think he made just as equal of a mistake not pushing the issue, really trying to get around that Ferrari. He's actually going to come down and pit a little bit early. I think he's going to try to short fill this. We know that they'll have a little bit more fuel remaining, just given the fact that they came down pit road 4 laps later at the last pit stop. But I think for them, knowing the fact that that car was in front of them was fuel saving, just doing the same math, that if they had done the same math that I'd done, they probably would have came to the same conclusion. And getting around that TBR Ferrari, I think, would have been a pretty big advantage to go towards them if they had really pushed the issue. That said, keeping track with some of the other classes, we know that Torque Freak car is on towards pit road. It'll be interesting to see if it can beat Bushfink off the lane. Team Husingveld still leads by 13 seconds. Barbonero Racing Green is in third, about 11 seconds off that second spot. In my opinion, and therefore fact, Racing Podcast HBD is 53 seconds off your race lead, but it is on an alternate strategy that we want to keep track of. However, your Bushfink Racing Ferrari, that was leading the bulk of the last stint is coming down the front straightaway. Torque Freak has been released, and it's going to be a bit of a drag race through turn 1. The Porsche has the shorter groove, but Bushfink will have the speed on the outside, and it's going to be advantage to Craig's Face as they work their way through the S's, and now Torque Freak Racing are going to have to push on Nicole Fogy and try to force them into a mistake in order to make the move here. And David Barraclough is going to be in for one of the most intense 35 laps of racing to the end of a race he's ever been a part of.
Yeah, so indeed, at that pit stop, David Barraclough stays in the car, and for TVR powered by Craig's Face, Nicole Fogy gets in, and so that's a change of driver for them. I think we saw good pace from David Barraclough, and you were sort of singing praises of his talents earlier. It's just a straight fight now, isn't it? I think both took tyres at their stops, so they ought to have
they do
equal
tires at the
fuel.
same time, so no reason not to.
Yeah, so they'll both have equal fuel, 1 lap of difference in the tyre life. This is a straight fight now for the lead of GT category with 33 overall laps to go. Whew. It's close, and we've had already 281 laps of racing.
Yep, 33 laps to go, and like we said, chances are the GT leaders will not be doing that. They will likely get lapped at least once, if not twice, over the course of the stint. And actually, that's something relevant to think about. Where is your prototype leader in comparison to your GT leaders? So your GT leaders are crossing the stripe now. Team Husingville number 78 is working the way in towards Bridge. So that sort of delta is roughly close enough. We know that prototype's going to get to them at least once. It's going to be pretty tight, but I think that 78 car could lap them twice over the course of this final stint here. But granted, we also know the prototypes owe us another pit stop, whereas we think that the GT cars can go to the end. So that could change things as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very confident now that both of those GT cars are fueled to the end. Be interesting to know how many times they thought they were going to get lapped before the end of the race. How close did they cut filling the fuel? I honestly thought that Torque Freaks were going to have a shorter pit stop. They might have taken a short-ish fill earlier on that brought them into contention. You know, there was a potential there.
Oh, they're side by side. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, David. They're side by side for this race lead. Barraclough slots himself up the inside, exiting Vale and through Club. That's going to allow him to have the advantage down this straightaway. But Akil Fogy is going to have the spot in towards Abbey. Slightly later on the brakes is David Barraclough. That 1 lap tire advantage will be at its peak right here, right now. Back side by side of the rundown in towards Bridge. On the outside goes that Bushfink car, who's going to have now the inside line through Priory. So wheel to wheel are your 2 leaders, 2 different manufacturers, with BOP discussions pretty much lasting all race long. And Torque Freak Racing and David Barraclough slot themselves into the race lead with about 30 or some odd laps to go in this event.
We saw those 2 cars side by side before the round of pit stops. They come out, and once again, it wasn't 1 corner to get that move done. We're going to see the replay on screen, how many it took. They go into Vale, and already the Ferrari's defending. Porsche tries to go around the outside, finds themselves on the inside. Ferrari gets good traction around there. For not the first time, we see him go side by side towards Abbey, and then even Abbey didn't sort it out. It took them, Bridge and Priory before the Porsche could brake deep enough to make it work.
Is absolutely brilliant there by David Barraclough, and now the move he's always going to have to make. A little bit of a late move from David, actually, with that prototype going down in towards Stowe, but I don't think we're going to see that on the stream. I think we're still watching the replay, but regardless, it ends up working out, no big issue. But that was a very good move because Barraclough was only having that 1 lap tire advantage, David. You're not really going to feel just a single lap over the course of a stint. You will have a pace advantage for about 1.5 laps, and that's the largest the advantage is going to be in terms of the potential pace of the tires. After about that first 1.5 laps, maybe 2 laps, the pace in the tires quickly kind of plateaus out. So if you're David Barraclough, you have to get really aggressive in those opening couple laps and try to make something happen. We saw the same thing actually in the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze iRacing Series race at Sonoma, where Bobby Zielinski pit 1 lap later and ended up having to put the move on Jarl Tien, and he had to do it for the exact same reason, because if he had waited too long, the pace and the tires would have averaged out. That is sort of something that all the cars on the sim sort of share on the road courses, that the tires at their newest tend to be very, very quick, and Bear Cloud didn't waste any time. That said, now after Nikhil Foggy, I think you just sit where you are. You don't want to, of course, be too patient. You're going to be pushing hard, but you need to just wait until you have an opportunity. Don't try to force an opportunity into happening, because that's when you end up making a mistake. Also keep in mind, Simitok Esport just came off pit road. They should be able to go to the end with about a 31-lap stint.
Yeah, exactly. I saw that Julian Rubelo stays in the car, so that's someone experienced with the track conditions out there, experienced with the traffic. I think some of these guys are wise to keep some of their fast guys in towards the end. And right, we see him sort of splitting the difference in the GT field. David Barraclough doesn't lose too much from that through Stowe Corner. But yeah, it could be that last pit stop for Simitok Esports in the prototype race. We have to see when MOATF gonna have to pit, when our team Hoisingfeld 78 gonna have to pit. There's a potential that the last lap could come in a point where my opinion and therefore fact podcast are up in the top 3, or they could find themselves having to make an extra pit stop near to everyone else.
So, prototype leaders going to be enjoying their nice little advantage now that Simitok has come down towards pit road. It'll be interesting to see, though, if with Simitok choosing to kind of go with that pit strategy here, if that'll make Husingfeld comes down pit road, because taking a look at the stint numbers, they should, they still have about 10 laps, I think, before they have to come down pit road, but they may, opt to split the difference, which is pretty much what Simitok did. Let's see what they do as they work themselves off. Now, that said, it's also interesting to keep in mind, Simitok had a pretty short stop last time, and we don't think they changed tires on that pit stop, so that might be why they came down pit road when they did, just trying to sort of split the difference on the tire life here.
Yeah, if they're double stinted earlier, I guess when the window opens for them to get to the end, which I think it just did with 30 laps to go, then take the stop, then fill the tank, new set of tyres on, and just pedal to the metal till that checkered flag comes out.
Definitely a situation here for these guys. As drivers are still working their way through. Mikhail Ricky being very rapid and aggressive with some traffic, currently running second on the racetrack. Of course, my opinion and therefore fact racing podcast, still in the third spot after Simitok's pit stop, but we expect Simitok to have the pace advantage over them. However, my opinion and therefore fact have been running slightly later on the stints, and I am not sure that my opinion, therefore fact, will be able to get to the end. The question is going to be is how short of a pit stop are they going to have to get enough fuel in the car to get to the end? That's going to be the difference maker, I think, in this whole thing.
Yeah, they're about 12 laps into a stint now. If you think that the window for prototypes to get to the end has just opened, then they're going to have to pit for 12 laps of fuel.
Yep, I think you're right about that. This fight's still picking up and down the field. Still monitoring this lead battle, of course, in GTE. Barraclough has stretched a slight advantage over that Bushfink Racing Ferrari. Not by a huge amount. Gaps about a second or so. But if you take a look, well, I mean, last lap through, there's about 8 thousandths of a second difference between the two of them. Barraclough being the quicker of the two. As they work themselves through the S's, I think that Ferrari is just getting smaller and smaller in the mirror of that Torque Freak Racing machine. They head down the back straightaway towards Stowe. The third place running guard, Team Husingfeld, number 35. They're running through the S's. The Radicals Online JRT machine car is still trying to reel them in. But they're only doing so at about half a second a lap, and I don't think that's really going to be enough for them. I think that Radicals car needs a lot more time than that, what with about 30 laps to go for them. The race leaders down in towards Abby. Actually, both of your race leaders, the Husingfield Porsche's in there as well. Marcel Ty behind the wheel of that one, getting the call to wheel this thing to the end. Eduardo Garcia gets black flag for exceeding the 65 infinite limit. You'll see that car eventually come down pit road relatively shortly for that. I'm unfortunate to be getting penalties at this stage of the race, of course, but always an issue. Team Husingfield 78, right past the pit entry, and we're going to take our last little fan immersion break here on RacespotTV, that we can go from here to the end absolutely uninterrupted, be able to catch our breath, and then get going. And you know what? Only fight we have to go on is this one for the race lead in GTE. Let's ride on board with the number 73 Team Bushfink Racing Craig Face car, as he tries to reel in the Torque Freak Racing car driven by David Barraclough out in front. Ferrari versus Porsche. Let's get it on. Welcome back to RaceSpot TV as we bring you the last hour or so of racing from the DGFX 1000 hour of the Silverstone. We just got done a bit of a fan immersion riding on board with the Bushfink Racing powered by Craig Dock Ferrari. That has done a fantastic couple laps to bring the lead down to about 3/4 of a second over David Barraclough in the Torque Freak Racing Porsche in your GTE field. Both of these drivers can make it to the end of the race without coming down pit road once again, assuming they didn't short their fuel numbers. In the prototype field, things are still interesting as well. They will be racing to the full length total, 314 laps or 1,000 miles. However, for the number 78 car, things are looking a little bit interesting. They are going to be owing us a pit stop. We usually estimate about 30 laps to a stint for these cars. Last time Marcel Ty came down pit road was lap number 263. He will owe us a pit stop on lap 293 in just 3 laps time. We'll have to put in pretty much 20 laps worth of fuel to get himself back out there in racing. 1050 Barbonera, who's in second. Pretty much a similar situation for them. My opinion and therefore fact racing podcast in HPD is in a bit of an interesting situation. They've pushed the fuel a little bit more, and they're going to be able to come down pit road for their final pit stop about 10 laps later, meaning they'll only have a 10-lap stint before they get to the end. So maybe they can warrant potentially risking not taking tires, only a 10-lap stint, and they might be able to just snatch second place away from that Barbonera Racing Green team. We're just going to have to wait and see. And Simitalk Esports, they would have been an interesting strategy as well. Opted to come down pit road right when the window opened on lap 284. Came down, filled up. They are good to go to the end. So crazy strategy in your prototypes, David, and just a classic brawl in your GTE cars.
Yep, I was going to say that, and I am loving it. It's multi-class racing, it's endurance racing, and in each category we're seeing just a little bit of everything. And what I'm loving in the GTE category, our closest on-track battle is for the lead of the category. It's just a straight fight. David Barraclough not pulling out a whole lot of the lead on Nicole Foggy, and so you know, anything could still happen. Traffic could fall one way, traffic could fall the other way. Maybe David Barraclough could wear out his tyres. Both of these guys have got to be 100% alert every lap until that checkered flag waves, because a tiny mistake could cost a potential win from either of them.
Definitely a situation as these guys run their way up towards the bridge through this quick right-hander. See the Torque Freak Racing prototype getting ready to make a move. They're actually going to play nice with their teammates, and of course this is something that it pretty much always happens whenever you have two team cars that are running in different categories. You also have the My Opinion and therefore Fact Porsche prototype, in the mix as well, and they're both kind of separating that Ferrari right now. So down the front straightaway, should see that Torque Freak car and that My Opinion and therefore Fact car both go right through. I think the two people are going to be frustrated that was, if anything, a Torque Freak car who just was patient behind that Torque Freak Porsche. It's not only going to be that Ferrari behind, but as well Neil Andrews in that My Opinion, therefore Fact prototype. I think that he's going to be a little bit annoyed because that cost him just a smidgen of time, and considering their strategy, he needs to be just going balls to the wall, getting as much as he can out of that car as he right now.
Yeah, I think that looks like the Torque Freak prototype getting out of the way as he holds to the extreme left down hanger straight and cedes the racing line. I'm expecting a pit stop rather soon from Team Hoisingfeld number 78, Marcel Ty in the leading prototype. They're gone about 30. They stay out this time, but
I think this will be their in-lap.
It might well be. They're well within... Oh, kicking up the grass, my goodness. Well within their window to make one stop and get to the end. And just stretching this stint out as long as they can, though. We'll see if they'll take tyres with 20 laps to go. That'll be the interesting one.
I think you wouldn't even risk it. I think, honestly, it's one of those things where you want every single second advantage you can potentially get, David. And obviously you're not thinking super long term. You're basically saying, how can I make this last little segment as quick as possible? I'm not suspecting that 78 car is going to have very many close battles. You know, you figure they're 44 seconds ahead of the My Opinion, Therefore Fact Racing podcast car. 1050 Barbonera is 20 seconds further down the road. And Scimitar, Esport is really the only one they might have to worry about, simply because they've already made their pit stop and they're roughly in sort of the delta, about a minute and 20 some odd seconds off that number 78 car. So I think if I'm Husingveld, I don't take tires whatsoever. I want to try to build and have as much of an advantage and as much of an on-track gap as I can have. That's what makes a huge, that's what's really important to me. That said, you know, I also think it would have been smart up until this point to throw in a stint somewhere during the course of this race on double-stinted tires to see if it could work. That way you're not just essentially doing that for the first time out of nowhere in the final stint. Interestingly enough, Marcel Ty goes around again. I was expecting him to pit down pit road this time right here as well, but apparently he thinks he can go another one.
Yeah, I guess that's how the fuel length is going for our prototypes. And honestly, the pace, the laps these guys have been setting, Team Heusinkveld number 78 and Marcel Ty looking maybe half a second a lap faster than Scimitar Esport. The last stint or so, they've just been building out that gap, and now it's nearly a lap that they've got over Scimitar Esport. A pit stop and potentially a bit of a splash with no tyres for Team Heusinkveld is not going to cost them a whole lap. So tyres or no tyres, I think they'd resume the lead, and I can see why with 2/3 of the stint to go they wouldn't take tyres, and I can see why they would take tyres if they wanted to just play it safe, and they'd still probably hold the lead with a comfortable margin. So I guess I wouldn't fault them for going either way, and they've played themselves into a good position. They've got a bit of a gap there.
So through the S's goes your GTE leader. Has a couple prototypes that have to cycle the way through. Barraclouds open the gap up on that Bushfink Ferrari the last couple of laps. Traffic has really fallen Barracloud's way. The gap's opened up to, I think, about a second and a half, maybe a second and 3/4 as he heads down through Stowe at turn 7, gets ready for the run down in towards turn 8 at Vale. So this is one of the things. I don't think Barracloud's just outpacing that Ferrari behind him. I think he's just gotten flat out better luck with the traffic during this stint.
Yeah, Barracloud
pit road.
Yes, that's right. The Team Heusinkveld number 78 prototype comes on for their final stop. They won't come out in the lead. That will go to My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing podcast, who will come past, and we might see them in shot soon. But they also owe us another pit stop. So once everyone else pits, I think this car we see on screen now.
You might want to rethink that, as Team Husingveld 78 is off of pit road and already on the run down towards the S's. So My Opinion, Therefore Fact Racing podcast will not come out with the race lead, and I think Husingveld, in addition to the short stop, they risked it and are essentially running the tires to the end of the race without taking him there. Very good call from them, and they keep their track position. And it's important to keep in mind that one car still owes us a pit stop as well, but that sort of gives you the idea in terms of the pace advantage they had. Now, where's Scimitar Esport? Because they made their pit stop roughly 10 laps ago. Somehow Scimitar Esport, David, has found some way to lose like 40 seconds on that 78 car, because up until about an hour and a half ago, before the sort of strategies diverged, all of your leading prototypes were within about 10 seconds of one another, the likes of Husingveld, Barbonera, and Scimitar. Now, there's a minute and 18-second gap between that 707 and the 78 after the 78's final stop.
I think the Heusinkveld car has just been quicker out there. They've just been lapping half a second a lap quicker here, bit there, and strategy played their way. And so they do retain that lead by 3 seconds, and the car behind owes us a pit stop as well. I don't want to put a curse on it, but looking pretty comfortable.
And in addition, I believe, so the Barbonera Racing Team car, the green machine, they've also made their pit stop as well. They just came down and off pit road just a few laps ago. So all your prototypes can pretty much make it to the end where they currently run, with the exception of the My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing Podcast HPD. So that is more or less those battles kind of done and dusted, because it's about an 18-second gap between Simitok and Barbonera. It's going to depend really on where My Opinion and Therefore Fact kind of come out, but the fact that they're only going to need about 10 laps of fuel, and you think about how quickly Team Husingveld just did that pit stop, that's going to be a pretty lightning quick stop for that number 1 car. So now pretty much full focus on this GTE fight inside about the last 18, 19 laps for them as they head off down towards turn 1, and whether or not that Ferrari can reel in that gap.
Yeah, it's possible that David Barraclough has just been looking at the gap to the car behind and playing it a little bit safe and not building too much of a gap. Or it's possible that we've got two very equally matched drivers, and that gap has come out for, it might be a bit over 2 seconds now, but still, David Barraclough cannot afford a mistake in these remaining laps.
Definitely can. He needs to be pretty much picture perfect. He's almost in a situation where he needs to take a little bit off his edge in terms of pace. He's not making mistakes, but he needs to just ensure that he's clean rather than anything, because I think he's pretty much at a point where even if that Ferrari starts reeling him in by about a tenth or so, with the way the traffic can sort of swing back and forth, he shouldn't have to really push too hard. And because the traffic can help him keep that gap somewhat at bay, it's more important to not make a mistake that gives us a bunch of time rather than maybe giving up a little bit of time lap on lap.
Yeah, and I'm cautiously waiting to see where the leading prototype splits these cars, where it sends them another lap down. I think at this point they still might not know how many laps they're going to do. We'll see who was aggressive on the fuel fill and who played it safe.
That's a good point as well. Is did either of these guys potentially underfill the car slightly, trying to push an advantage? We have seen races on RacespotTV before won and lost like that because someone out in front takes 2 or 3 laps fewer of fuel. I think that happened last broadcast we did, David, for the Watkins Glen 12-hour in the Skip Barbers. That's how that race was decided. Car that dominated the entire race underfilled at the final pit stop and ended up finishing in 4th after pitting with about 5 laps to go.
Yeah, exactly. Memory serves, that was the Theo Martin car. Before this round of pit stops, I was saying I was expecting the Talk Freak Racing to have a shorter stop, come out, potentially with a bigger lead than they've got over the TBR car. Maybe the TBR car took a aggressive fill and expecting to almost splutter over the line.
Yeah, it is, very, very possible. And, it could go either way. It's only going to be time that tells in this one. Barraclough has some lapped class traffic to deal with. That's Eric Smith, the Virtual Apex Racing Group GT Red car. Now he has another.
And for a brief moment,
go ahead.
For a brief moment, that brought the gap between the two GTE cars in the lead down under 1 second. Red box appearing on my timing screen to say that. It was out past 2 seconds, and now as the traffic comes and goes, ebbs and flows around Silverstone circuit, well, they got closer.
It is something that we have to keep an eye on as the gap continues to flow back and forth. It's still just keeping half an eye on the prototypes, nothing really going there. Actually, wait, My Opinion Therefore Fact has cycled into the race lead. What has happened to Team Husingveld 35? Have they underfilled the car?
Yeah, that car, they're now leading the race somehow. I thought the pace of Marcel Ty was enough that we weren't expecting to see this car come past. Surely there's been an issue for them somewhere, or they've been aggressive on their fuel fill and decided, oops, okay, time to save fuel because that's the correct option. I'm not sure quite what has happened. 1:37.7 on the last lap, not especially slow for the Heusinkveld car. A 39 time by something must have happened.
I think it's fuel. I watched the entire lap. I didn't see any issues for them whatsoever in terms of big oversteer. They just went through the S's and they pretty much let that, my opinion, therefore fact prototype go through, and Neil Andrews has sprinted off into the distance. I think if we were to ride on board, we would hear that 78 car lifting and coasting absolutely everywhere. So now that number 1 car has an insane opportunity, given a potentially really, really quick pit stop, potentially come out in front if they can open up a sizable gap and keep on pushing, given the fact that the 78 is saving fuel. So right when we think everything might be done and dusted, David, it seems like everything just opens it up right back again in this prototype field.
Yeah, there's no way that Team Hoisingfeld would let the car run out of fuel. So obviously they've looked at how many laps they're expecting and how much is in the car and decided that they would save fuel. I think they could be careful and take a very, very short splash. We know that My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing podcast still need to take a stop for about 10 laps of fuel. Whew. I think if they play it safe, Team Hoisingfeld have still got this, but this has obviously shown some form of strategy mistake, because they are dropping well off the pace there. That's a big fuel save. They've clearly made a rather fundamental error in how much they've filled the tank at that final stop.
Pace is picked back up, though, for the number 78 is a 36.945 for Marcel Ty that last trip around the racetrack. Compare that to a 35.7 for the number 1 car of My Opinion, Therefore Fact podcast HBD. So the advantage is sort of swung back the other way. It is entirely possible, David, that they were just a little bit shy and Marcel had to do a couple, kind of extreme laps of fuel saving to get the number back where it needed to be. That is, an option. However, it's still just a little bit weird that you would only see that for about a lap and then, they'd be like, okay, the fuel's fine. The way I see it, when you have a 31-second gap, I would use up the bulk of that. Even if that gap gets down to 10 seconds, I would spend the next half dozen laps saving as much fuel as you can, using that margin to your advantage just to ensure that you can get it to the end and you don't sputter going into like Abbey or something where you can lose the ability to coast back to the line.
Yeah, and in your viewing, you didn't see anywhere it was possible they might have gotten a slowdown?
I didn't look like that, no. But that wouldn't explain the slower lap on that last lap as well, because pretty much for the entire stint, Marcel has not been slower than that number 1 car, who stretched that gap out even more so. So we're going to have to see here what happens when they cross the stripe. What's the last time from Marcel? It's going to be at 37.4, so he's still kind of... He was running about 36s during the most of his stint. Actually, he's doing 37s as well, so maybe it was just a one-off bad lap, but I don't know. I'm still question marking right now with this 78 car. Meanwhile, the My Opinion and Therefore Fact machine is out there running low 36s. Still keeping an eye on this lead GTE fight. David Barraclough has stretched that gap out, and for that Ferrari, Team Bushfink Ferrari, driven by Nicole Foggy, it's pretty much over and done with unless something crazy needs to happen. I'm pretty much sure that the My Opinion and Therefore Fact car is going to have to come down at least within the next 3 laps.
Yeah, looking at how far they are through their stint now, it's about 30 laps. We haven't seen anyone go much longer than about 33. I think their best bet is run that tank nearly dry, come in just for that about 9 or 10 laps that they'll need. Keep that set of tyres on for 9 laps, not worth the time to put a new set on, and see if they can potentially come out in second place ahead of 1050 Barbanera Racing, potentially ahead of Simitok Esport. That's definitely something they could aim for.
It's going to be very, very tight here about when and where they're going to actually come out. Do they head out? Do they come off pit road ahead of Barbanera, or do they come off pit road ahead of Simitok Esport but behind Barbanera? Will they be fighting for a podium spot, for the 4th place spot? Will they even, will they not even be there? Will they maybe be a little bit further down the order, only in that 4th spot? Only time's going to tell. They decide to do another lap, which is a good call. The 37.6 for him last time. So Marcel Ty Seems to have picked the pace back up, so maybe not having to worry anymore. 37.5 for him last trip through. Sort of guesstimating that some of that drama on if he was going to have to be 3 to 4 seconds off the pace till the end of the race, and that would have been pretty much disastrous. Their results, because that would have cost him, nigh on a minute.
Yeah, also hearing some chat that there might be some slight technical issues for Marcel Ty, and if they're of an intermittent nature, he might be putting down the full pace one lap and then another lap have to be a little more cautious. Potentially some issues with his force feedback.
Definitely something to keep in mind as well, and that can be such a difficult thing in terms of keeping yourself in the right mindset, David. I remember doing a 24 hours Le Mans, I believe it was a second split World Tour event where I got into the car for a stint and I didn't have force feedback. And we were doing triples in that race, and it was just so mentally difficult, that opening stint, trying to get the force feed, spending an entire stint without force feedback, and then you sort of unplug the wheel and plug it back in and it comes back, but it's at some random value which you never ran on before, because all the options and whatnot when that happens will sometimes just go to the default, and then you spend an entire stint almost trying to get those options back to what you can.
Prototype leader in the pits.
Yep, right about that. My opinion, therefore, fact. On towards pit road, Team Husingfeld circulates back into the race lead with a 39.6 once again from Marcel Ty. So the lap time's still a little bit all over the place, but where does my opinion and therefore fact come off of pit road? Barbonera Racing Green on the front straightaway, and my opinion rolls away now. However, it may be too late. The 105 car is clear and gone. Where is Simitok? They're working off the final corner. In my opinion, therefore fact, is running down towards the S's. And Barbonera, actually, you know what? They didn't pick up the spot just yet. My opinion, therefore fact, is there, but they just had a run-in with Daniel Morris of AOR and the number 48 machine. A little bit of contact on the run down in towards the S's. And what are the stewards going to say about that one?
Wow. We were saying quick stop for them, but how quick? Where will they come out? We get a good look now. Woof. That's a bit of a squeeze, but they were very trying to make that move stick coming right out of the pits. Hold on to that position ahead of Barbonera Racing.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting one, because with AOR, I don't think AOR is really chasing anyone down. They don't have any cars really near them. That is a situation. If I'm AOR, I think I probably just lift out of it to give that to them, knowing that that's a leader and that they're going to be involved with a fight in some respect. But that said, they may not have realized that. So, but I think that's just a racing incident where you have, two cars. You have one car that's in such a tight fight for a podium spot, they're never going to lift out of it, and another car that's cycling through may not be aware of the situation, maybe expecting that car to lift out of it and just sort of touch. I think that's sort of a no harm, no foul situation, unfortunately.
Yeah, two cars, second and third, with a lot to lose if they, and a lot to gain as well. So both of them very aggressive with the traffic, trying to get that second spot on the podium.
Yep, definitely situation here. These guys fight themselves out. Barbonera, last time has been in the mid-37s. Neil Andrews, who got behind the wheel, or has been behind the wheel, for this, my opinion, therefore fat car, has been putting in some of the quickest laps.
So what we're seeing on screen right now is there was a bit of a dive bomb from one of the prototype cars that split up what was sort of a closing battle for the lead of GTE. It was down to nearly 1 second, and then that prototype car's pushed a bit wide, pushed TBR powered by Craig Dock off the track. It cost them a few seconds. We see they hop the curb, push wide, and there's nowhere for the Ferrari to go but off the track.
Yep, good catch there by Hugo, noticing that one, as we're putting a lot of focus on the prototypes right now, and that makes the gap pretty much 5 seconds or so on the racetrack between your GT cars. Pretty much kills that in its entirety. Out in front, it's still, in your prototypes, the close fight is still going to be between, my opinion, therefore fact, Racing Podcast versus 1050 Barbonera Racing Green Team. About 3 seconds separating with those two.
Yeah, when they cross the line this time, we'll see what their flying laps were and have an idea who's closing who down or who's building the gap. So, my opinion, and therefore fact, a 37 dead and a 37.5 for Barbanera Racing. So it looks like the pace is, with my opinion and therefore fact podcast racing, extending that gap out a little bit and clenching their grip on second place.
Yep, definitely seems like the situation is right now Barbanera, Mikhail Ricky getting caught up with some traffic. Chris Raymond, Speedworks Racing Team. Ricky makes short work of that prototype. Next he's going to have a duo of Porsches that are, while they're fighting it out on track, they're not technically fighting for position. Oh, a little bit of a close moment, actually. On the brakes down into Vale, someone had a lockup kind of stacked up that entire little gaggle. So you have Adam Tierney, Andy Banfield, Mikhail Ricky's in the mix of this as well. And there's, I believe, a third Porsche that I missed. Yeah, Thiago Pierres. All in the mix, pretty much stacked up on top of one another that Ricky's going to have to get through. Meanwhile, my opinion, therefore fact, has absolutely clear track out in front of them, which is exactly what you want inside of 10 laps to go, trying to build a gap on the car behind.
Yeah, traffic helping out, my opinion, and therefore fact racing there, and not doing quite as much for Michaela Ritchie in the 1050 Barbanera racing car. That gap comes out from 3 seconds to about 4 seconds.
Gap stretches out by about a second, and that might be the final nail in the coffin for Barbanera. But that said, 4 seconds can swing. If I look out ahead of this, my opinion, therefore fact car, just looking through, you know what? There's really not crazy amounts of traffic out in front of that number one machine. There's a couple Porsches that are kind of line of stern going down the hangar straight in towards right now through the right-hander at the end of the straightaway. But outside of that, it's pretty much smooth sailing, and I doubt they'll get to the bulk of that traffic before the end of the race. So I think for the number one car, as long as they don't make a big mistake and throw that car off the racetrack, Neil Andrews has second place, potentially locked up.
It's looking good for them, and Michaela Ritchie, reasonable enough pace, but just not quite enough. And the pit strategy where, my opinion and therefore fact, were going longer and then had a shorter final stop, well, it was close and they came out pretty near to each other on track, but now the pace is back with this number one car. Looking back at GT field there, and it's for 7th and 8th place. Well, now that's getting spicy between Geodesic Racing Black and German Sim Racing Purple, I think that is. So Nathan Parkinson leads, but that must be Marcel Egbers catching up somewhat. Indeed, 5/10 faster on the previous lap. I think they're both driving the Porsche, are they? Yep. But it's closing up for 7th place in this GT category.
The fight's forming up and down the fields here. Geodesic Racing Black trying to push it out, but you still have that the charging German Sim Racing Purple DGFX. And I have to say, the German Sim Racing teams, they need to sort of, I think, get a little bit more creative with their names, because you have like German Sim Racing and you have Berlin Sim Sport. It's like all insert relevant German name here plus Sim Racing relevant name. It's like, come on, mix it up.
Yeah, true. There could be a little bit of confusion, or a little bit more creativity could take place. But if the name's descriptive and the name's unique, then I don't see any problem with it.
You are right about that, and I will say the paint scheme for that German Sim Racing car is absolutely gorgeous. So +1 on that one as your race leader is getting ready to come across the stripe and trigger the 6 lap to go mark. Got a 20-second lead over my opinion and therefore fact racing podcast. So estimate about 6 laps as well for your GT leaders, as David Barraclough is coming down the front straight as well. Cross the stripe. And I don't think that's going to be enough time for that prototype to get all the way around the racetrack and put that car 1 lap down. So it should be 6 laps for pretty much everyone on the racetrack, save for a couple people maybe trapped behind the race leader who might have to do 5.
Indeed, with 309 of 314 laps done, we're really winding it up at this point in the race. One safety car, and I don't think we're going to be getting another one. So overall, I think relatively clean driving and not too much damage to anyone over this endurance race.
Seems like the main situation as Torque Freak Racing and David Barraclough let some traffic go through. Gil Fogel still pushing, trying to bring that gap down, but lost just a little bit of speed, is circulating about 3 or 4 tenths slower than that Porsche out in front of him, so maybe just not quite having the pace. There is, of course, Lawrence DeRick, and actually the Govan car did end up coming back out onto the racetrack. Lawrence ended up getting behind the wheel, I think, just to get it to the end. Neil Andrews, in my opinion, therefore fact, circulates around that car. Mikhail Ricky has pretty much cleared the traffic and has started clicking off some quick lap times. That one car might have to stress a little bit, but that said, probably not too much, as Marcel Ty, 5 laps remaining in the 1,000 miles here at Silverstone in the DGFX Series.
Hearing around the paddock that there is a few cars out there that put too much fuel in at their last pit stop, including potentially Torque Freak Racing. So I thought they were going to have a shorter stop than they did. It sounds like that even though they came out in the lead from that pit stop, well, maybe they didn't, but they had a longer stop than I was expecting, and maybe I wasn't far off the truth for once.
It is something that does somewhat confuse me, because, I mean, I know it is something that happens. It's sort of, you know, a semi-expected thing, and it's not entirely a bad thing, you know, and especially if anything with an event like this, David, where you and a GT car are running an uncertain number of laps compared to the prototypes, you probably want an extra couple laps of fuel just to make sure you're in the clear. However, what's really surprising to me is that that's a common occurrence in timed events as well. And with the advent of like Fuel Buddy and, you know, the various sort of softwares that have come out in the last number of years that allow people to monitor their fuel usage and all sorts of live telemetry, I'm really surprised that people at this level make that sort of mistake with all the software that there is at their disposal to really get the fuel fill within about a gallon to 2.
And even this, I'm hearing this from, you know, some team managers and strategists and co-drivers, etc., who aren't in the car. They've got the time to look at, you know, average consumptions and, you know, try and work out, okay, well, at this pace, will we go 1 lap down or not? And this isn't the drivers in the car, you know, making these mistakes. They've got people helping them and deciding on the pit strategy with all the time to look at the numbers and not getting it exactly right.
Yeah, it is, you know, one of those things. And like I said, it is possible that people just didn't think, you know, properly about it. You know, they got in the car and like, oh, we're going to fuel it to 314, even though the prototypes will do 314, the GT cars will not. You know, so it is what it is. Having an extra little bit of fuel, you know, it's not a bad thing, but when you're overfilling the car 5-6 laps, unless you have a huge margin, you know, if you have a huge margin, throw a bunch of gas in the car so you know 100% that you're going to make it, but really not a lot of huge margin out there on this racetrack if you really think about it.
Yeah, there was a few battles we had our eye on that were very, very close, and that's the point where strategy can make a difference. But as it is now, there are a few people who didn't need to risk, you know, running out of fuel or spluttering. They had the ability to put more fuel in the car than even they needed. But one thing we're seeing now with Team Hoisingfeld 78 and the leading P1, while they've got enough of a comfortable gap, their pace has slowed down, and we think that's because of fuel. So there's a few GT cars out there probably thinking they were going to go, you know, lose 2 laps, who might now only lose 1.
That is something to think about, and like I said, that is one of the reasons why I always suggest having an extra lap as a GT car is always wise, because while you can guesstimate the number of laps the prototype's going to do, you're never 100% certain whether or not that prototype is going to get around you or not and put you a lap down. Because you could end, if he passes you an extra time, you will end up going one lap less, whereas if he doesn't get around you and just pulls up right to your rear bumper potentially, you could do an extra lap. I remember one of the most famous GT car finishes ever was, I believe, the American Le Mans Series 2009 at Laguna Seca, that Porsche and Corvette battle for the win, when the Corvette got dumped coming to the start-finish line after a bit of a bump and run through the final corner. That, the entire reason that battle happened is because the leading and winning prototype got right up behind them to take the checkered flag, and those two had to go around an extra lap. That's sort of, it's hard to predict that extra couple, 2 or 3 or 4 seconds of whether or not that prototype potentially passes you or not. So in that respect, having a little bit of, potential wiggle room in the gas tank is definitely smart. But potentially having an extra 3, 4, 5 laps of fuel is like, okay, come on. You're better than this.
Yeah, exactly. That's what some of the great teams who are doing everything inch perfect, liter perfect will do, is they'll know what's under their control and maybe play it close and precise with that, but know what isn't under your control. And if you're in the slower class, one of those things is the pace of the faster class and how many laps that'll make you do. And so be as precise as you want with the things under your control and know what's not.
So that, a lap and a half remaining here as the Marcel Time Hussenfeld number 78 car, 1,000 miles total in this event. He's got about 4 miles left in this one as he heads down in towards the Abbey chicane to begin the run down in towards the bridge. And he will get the white flag in about 30 seconds to cycle through the last 3.19 miles around this Silverstone Grand Prix course. We'll call it the Silverstone Historic Grand Prix course, as it no longer exists in this configuration, but through towards Luffield and on the run down towards Woodcote for the penultimate time. White flag wave for Marcel Tait. One more trip around the racetrack, and it's going to be the white flag, I believe, for David Barraclough and Nickel Fogey in about half a lap's time.
Yep, we're looking at that GTE leader now, and they're just negotiating the end of the Abbey chicane. So that's 1 1/3 laps still to go for them. I don't want to get nitpicky about circuit configurations, but I believe this configuration still exists. It's just not what's raced by Formula One.
No, actually, I don't think it actually exists at all. I think there's actually spectators areas that block it out. But someone who actually lives in the UK and is currently dying of heat exhaustion will have to tell me about that one, assuming they're not busy watching the World Cup. Knowing that, as I said that, they probably lost, in which case get wrecked. But coming through club for the final time is Marcel Tait, who has a 16-second advantage over the My Opinion, Therefore Fact Racing Podcast HPD. That car had a fantastic run through the end of this thing. Those drivers, they were down 4th, 5th, 40 or so seconds off the lead for them to get themselves up into second with a brilliant bit of strategy where Barbanera and Simitok really fell short on themselves, got the strategy wrong, and left a lot of positions potentially on the table. But after 1,000 miles of racing, 9 hours and roughly 2 minutes when he gets to the line, it's going to be Team Hussenfeld number 78 and the likes of Marcel Tait who bring it home here. Of course, Ronnie Fantini, Michael Schodler, and Justin Hope, other drivers registered onto the server for them. And next in line will be that My Opinion, Therefore Fact podcast, HPD, who comes home with the second spot. Barbanera Racing Green will come home in third, and Simitok Esport, when they get to the line, will round out your top 4 in the lead lap drivers in your prototype division. The first GT car across the line is currently working through bridge and in towards Priory right now. Through the stadium section of the racetrack, hard on the brakes, through the nearly 180-degree hairpin at Brooklands. And through Luffield for the final time, the number 81 Torque Freak Racing car driven by David Barraclout, as well as teammates of Chris Fuller and Ryan Drieger, is going to come away with the victory in the Porsche. Team Bushfink Racing in the Ferrari is going to come home in second. Team Husingfeld number 35 is going to get both Team Husingfeld cars on the podium in their respective classes. They will come home in third. Radicals Online JRT will come home in the fourth spot, and they will be the last car finishing on the lead lap in the Porsches. What a fantastic last hour, 3 hours or so of this race, David, from when we started this. It's been about, I think, 4 hours since our shift officially started. But man, oh man, what a run we had here with the full course yellow, the drama with different penalties coming through, varying strategies cycling in, some drivers getting it right, others getting it wrong. That was the most exciting 4-hour run through an endurance race I think I've ever broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. At that one point, we had everything going on. We had the who's got enough fuel, who's got the strategy right in the prototype class, and then for the lead in GT towards the end, it was just a straight fight.
It really was a fantastic fight up and down this entire field. As these drivers go through to do their cool down laps, some of them will of course opt to pull off and just tow the thing, but other drivers like to do the full lap to sort of decompress themselves. Let's take a quick look down at your full race results from the DGFX 1,000 miles of Silverstone. There were 10 hours on the clock, but it only took 8 hours, 56 minutes, and 33 seconds to get the race scored complete. Team Husingfeld number 78 as they take victory in the prototype division. My opinion and therefore Fact Racing podcast will end up in second, the 1050 Barbonera Racing Green Team in third, Simitaki Sport in fourth, and F4H Motorsport rounds out your top five. Rencon Ardusa Racing Lead ends up in sixth, with Berlin Simsport in seventh. VRT E-Racing Cobalt is in eighth, with the second Barbonera Racing Blue car in ninth, and AOR round out your top 10. 4X Racing HPD is in 11th, with Torque Freak Racing Sunset in 12th. Overdrive Performance number 111 in 13th. You need to call that Overspeed Performance, FYI. Speedworks Racing Team South in 14th, and Beast Racing, Drew Adamson round out the tail of the field. Drew, I expect more from my iRacing employees. The GT division, one I think probably the most drama over the course of those final 3 or 4 hours. Torque Freak Racing ends up bringing it home, where Team Bushfink Racing, powered by Craig Dock, end up in second, potentially in the disadvantaged car. Of course, BOP always an interesting point, but by far the best performing non-Porsche of the day. Team Husingfeld 35 is in third, round out the podium there. Radicals Online ends up in fourth, and Geodesic Racing Gold. Fortunately, some pace differential and drivers may have robbed them of a win, but that doesn't mean it wasn't fun and it wasn't worth it. Berlin Simsport ends up in sixth, with Geodesic Racing Black in seventh. German Sim Racing Purple in eighth. V Apex Racing Group GT Red in ninth, and Reverend Racing round out your top 10. F4H Motorsports, my opinion, therefore Fact Racing Podcast GT, Workiva, both of their cars actually end up in the mid-pack, with World of Sim Racing, PCDC, Nomad, Unique, Reverend, both Berlin Simsport cars, Graphite Racing, War Dogs, V Apex Racing Group Gold, Team Curling Racer, Bad Cactus, Speedworks, Lockrins, and Govan Toxic, V Apex, Radical 6 Sideways, Puffin Racing, another, my opinion, therefore Fact Racing Podcast GT car, and German Sim Racing Orange round out the field of GT cars. We are going to step away for a couple minutes here on RacespotTV, give the drivers some time to get into the TeamSpeak channel for interviews, and give us just a moment to catch our breath for the post-race show. Do not go away. We will be back.
So what are you afraid of? Those feelings are made up. For anyone asking who is the best, we putting our hands up.
More more kilometers. A big
there we go! They touch!
This time, like the last time, I'm moving so fast, I'm ready to ride.
Frankie! Down to the inside of Hoosie's off!
Messenger throws the block, and he will keep him behind him.
My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Turning the track up, I'll never go back down. Hand over my heart, I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop.
Hours, 56 minutes, and 33.966 seconds was the exact running time. A lot of drama, an instantly timed safety car, some immense racing after that safety car period, and a strategy to close it out. The DGFX 1,000 miles of Silverstone put on a show, and the team that came home with it at the top of the prototype division was Team Husingfeld number 78. Marcel Ty joins us from that division. He is in the 35 car, was Marcel, so he was technically in the GT car. So Marcel, you didn't win the prototype division like your teammates did, but you end up with a very, very strong... Actually, no, you did. You were in the prototype. You just labeled yourself the wrong number in the TeamSpeak to confuse us. So you win in the prototype.
Sorry for that, guys.
You guys get the podium in the GT as well. It's okay. You can represent both for the interviews. It's fine. Let's talk. We'll focus, of course, on the prototype. How was your guys' run in that 78 car? It seemed mostly smooth for you, at least for when David and I came in for our kind of second stretch of the broadcast. We kind of did the second half of the race. Seemed like a pretty smooth second half of the race for you guys in that prototype.
Yeah, we south actually. I think Justin did a fantastic job in the opening hours and already brought us some gap over the other HPDs in the field. And then I think the first and only caution mixed up everything together again, at least the 4 top positions in the HPD field. But then again, also Ronnie and Michael were able to stretch the gap again over the others, and I just had to brought the car home in the end, which also did quite well.
Now, talking about this race in particular, it's the only race I believe we ever do that ever has a distance limit / time limit event. And, the vast majority of events that we ever, see tend to be just purely time limit. First of all, how does that affect your strategy approach in terms of how you decide tire strategy, how you do fuel strategy, and how difficult does that make it scheduling drivers when you know that, potentially the race could run, I think if we hadn't gotten that caution, we pretty much would have, I think, ended right around 8 hours. How difficult is it scheduling drivers knowing there's a 2 to 3 hour potential period of wiggle room of if cautions hit or not?
Yeah, the cautions actually, they make things really, really difficult, and really unexpected things can happen. In general, if you have a fixed lap time or lap amount, then the strategy is way easier because you just know how many laps you will get, at least if you are in the fastest category. But then, if the cautions came in and you never know if there will be no caution, 1 caution, 2 cautions, whatever, that makes things really, really complicated then if it happens, because it kind of throws all your strategy in the bin, and you have to reschedule everything during the caution and then of course afterwards.
Well, thank you for joining us, Marcel. Congratulations to you guys, not only to you personally, but to the whole organization at Team Husingfeld, a car who wins prototype, and a solid podium position in the GT car. The fantastic performance to you guys and as an organization as a whole. Before we let you go, any shout-outs? Who gets it done for that Team Husingfeld organization?
Obviously, all the teammates, all the drivers which were in the cars today, and also the others, and especially, of course, the guys from Husingfeld themselves. So shout out to them.
Well, there he is, Mr. Marcel Ty, driver in the Husingfeld number 78 prototype, but he numbered himself to confuse us, so we'll have him represent the GT car as well. Comes away after a fantastic race with the victory. Another man who ended up taking the win behind the wheel of that number 81 Torque Freak racing car was David Barraclough. He has stood by to speak with Mr. David Haynes.
Well, it's David and David here. Congratulations, David Barraclough, on your win in the GTE class. One question for you first off. Fuel. How did you go in that last stint? Was it close? Did you have to save? Or were you maybe a little bit overfueled?
Oh, no, we were overfueled. Quite significantly, actually. We had a kind of idea of how much we needed to take, so we thought, well, okay, well, we'll just play it on the safe side and just take a little bit too much, because I thought that Nicole would have to save a bit on the last stint, but turns out he didn't. So, yeah, that almost backfired, but fortunately, we were able to turn it around.
We saw at least two occasions towards the end of the race, some side-by-side racing for the lead with your car. And he's been...
Rip?
Okay, you're back with us. Awesome.
Yes.
So I'll continue with my question. So we saw some side-by-side racing with your car. What were the track conditions like for that? And is there some strengths and weakness differences between the Porsche and the Ferrari out there?
Oh, wow. So to answer your first question, the side-by-side action with VR towards the end of this race was amazing. Like, we were both right on the ragged edge, giving a fair amount of room, and yeah, being able to race that close with someone, with a team, was fantastic. So big hats off to them. As far as the track conditions go, we did notice the track was cooling towards the end of the race, and our setup really came alive with about 2 hours to go. And that really played into our hands and allowed me to kind of catch TBR with, like maybe 10 laps of their stint left. And they were saving so heavily in that stint. I was sure they would have to save in the last stint, but it turns out that Lewis did a really great job for them to get their fuel number to where they needed to be to just really try and race me in the last stint. As far as the strengths and weaknesses go, they're I would say the Porsche and the Ferrari so far, it's hard to tell exactly, but they seem to be pretty evenly matched. I mean, the Porsche seems to have really great traction, and it seems to be really good in the high speed stuff. The Ferrari, in some of the slow speed corners, I couldn't keep up with some of the Ferraris today. So it seems to be kind of about the same between the two cars, but they do have their strengths and weaknesses. So yeah.
All right, congratulations to you on that win. For Torque Freak, who gets it done and who supports you, and who do you need to thank?
Oh, I'd like to firstly thank the whole of the team. We're an expanding team at the moment. If I was to list the names of all the guys who've helped us out in the last few months, I'd be here all day, so I can't do that, I'm afraid. But yeah, big thanks to everyone on the team. I'd like to thank my teammates. So this was actually the first race for us with Ryan. So big thank you to him for jumping in and racing with us, becoming a member of the team. And also a massive thank you to Chris, because he wasn't originally down to race today. He had to jump in after a technical problem for Bram, who was due to be in the car. But I think he had about an hour's worth of practice, and he put in some absolutely stellar stints in the middle of the race. So yeah, big thanks to Chris. And finally, I'd like to thank our sponsors. That's GB Enterprises, who are a big help for us, and also Link Engine Management. Both of those guys, yeah, they do a great job. They get it done for us. So big thanks.
Awesome. Thank you for dropping in.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you very much, Finley, to you guys for your broadcast. You do an amazing job as always. So yeah, big thanks to you guys as well.
Well, thank you for the kind words, Mr. David Barraclough. Congratulations to you on the win. But next up, we're going to talk to the second place finisher in the GT field, the best non-performing Porsche of the day. It was Nickel Fogey who brought it in towards the end. First thing I want to ask to you, in that 73 car, it was a bit interesting strategy we saw Lewis end up doing towards the end. You guys gave up, at one point, a 15-second lead over that torque freak Porsche. And at the end of it, you guys seemed to realize that you didn't need to save as much gas as you did. Did you guys give up too much time trying to save gas, or what was the deal with that? It seems like you left a lot of speed potentially on the table.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, we were fuel saving for quite a bit on Lewis's stint. Yeah, a whole bunch of saving, basically a whole stint, I think. And we had a few laps left by the time I got on, a bit too many laps. So, maybe that made the difference, maybe not. Yeah, and then the caution as well helped us a lot. I think we were in the pit at the time. I wasn't there, but yeah, that helped us get a few places. I think we were in second after the pit stop, I think.
Something like that. I think you were in the lead for. No, you were in the lead for a short time because you pit before the yellow. Everyone pit during the yellow, and you guys jumped everybody. And then that's when I think Govin took the lead and then got penalized. And I think that was how it planned out. Played out.
Went pretty well for us though. Yeah, there wasn't many incidents. It's a pretty smooth race, I think. I think me, Lewis, and Simeon were a pretty good match for each other as a team. We're all pretty kind of within a few tenths of each other, which went pretty well for this race. So, yeah.
Now, talking about this race in particular, this is the first big race we've seen with the Porsche. And as is tradition, whenever we get a new car, we saw a lot of people flock to it. It certainly helps that it seems that the Porsche's BOP is at least equal with the Ferraris, if not stronger. What's your opinion kind of on the GTE BOP right now? Because to my mindset, I think this is the first big race we've seen since some BOP changes that hit a season or two ago. And we still see a lot. We saw a number of Ferraris in this field, most notably you. There's, of course, a huge amount of Porsches. Still only one Ford. So what's sort of the overall GTE BOP kind of, let's say, life right now? It seems to me like, I keep hearing a lot of people say the Ford's really good. No one ever seems to ever drive it, despite the fact that it's apparently really good. So what's your opinion on the whole situation?
Well, I don't have too much of an opinion. I've not driven the GTs that much. This is my first time in a DGFX race. But the Porsche did seem pretty stable throughout the whole thing. The Ferrari was all right. I only really have experience with the Ferrari. And the Ford, all I know is that some people think it's ugly.
Well, I think that can definitely be up for debate regardless. But either way, it was something that's not up for debate. As you guys drove a fantastic race, you were part of some really fantastic battles. You fought well with Torque Freak Racing near the end of the race. You also had I know there were fights with Govan Keeney shortly after the yellow that there were some aggressive moves being thrown back and forth as well. So you guys drove splendidly, and to come home in second was very, very well done. Before we let you go, who gets it done for you guys at the team powered by Craig's Face?
Well, I've just joined, but Fraser Williamson, he does a lot of work behind the scenes, and Mike Davies as well. So, they get a lot of stuff organized. Hopefully I'm not missing anyone. I've just joined the team. Well, I'd also like to thank as well. Hang on, I've got a list here. Demon Tweaks, Craig's Setup Shop, Simsa, and Pixel Dust. And I also personally want to thank the Bushfink team as well, just for inviting me to race with them. This is my first one of my first sort of big races, big endurance races like this, so I've really enjoyed myself. It's great being part of the team. Yeah.
Well done once again, bud. Good luck to you. Hopefully you can keep up this sort of string of performance with Bushfink. Always a team that seems to be right on the cusp of putting in a string of a lot of performances when they turned up.
Nice one, dude. Thanks a lot.
So, Mr. Nickel from team number 73, Team Bushfink Racing, powered by Craig. Come away with the second place finish on the evening. Next driver in line we're going to speak with is going to be Mr. Daniel Benefield from the team number 145 VRT E-Racing Cobalt car, ends up finishing P8. David, you're stood by with Daniel.
Well, g'day and good morning to you, Daniel Benefield, racing VRT E-Racing, and 8th place for you guys. How was that race for you?
Opening two stints were pretty good because we ended up leading when I handed the car over. I don't really know what happened. It's kind of in between. Essentially, when I wasn't in the car, I was sleeping, or trying to at least. But yeah, when I came back, we were 10th and 2 laps down. So, obviously Joseph and Mark had a couple of issues through the middle of the race, and then it was just recovering what I could in the last double stint.
Now, I've not been following you particularly closely lately, but is the P2 a car we're going to see you in very often, and are we going to see you more with VRT E-Racing?
Probably not with VRT, and the only time I'm really in the HPD is when I'm not allowed to drive the LMP1.
Yeah, fair enough. We didn't see the P1 class cars in this race, just the P2s and the GTEs. How was the weather and how was traffic?
Traffic wasn't too bad. Like, there were a couple of GTEs that weren't particularly great because they'd try and get out of your way, which is literally the worst thing to do when you've got a prototype behind you. Like, it's always easier for us just to drive around. So other than that, it was pretty easy. Track had really nice grip. Car felt really good. Like when I was in it. So I mean, we got the fastest lap of the race, so I guess it's a slight consolation.
All right, and anyone you need to thank from your team or more broadly?
Well, obviously, thanks to Joseph and Mark for putting up with me for this race, and just would like to give a shout out to the Pure Driving School for the work they do, both with this car and the LMP1s, with setup and telemetry and everything.
Alright, and for the people who want to follow your racing, where are they going to see you next and in what car?
Probably prime time in the P1s. I don't even know where we're going next week. I still got to do a spa race or two, so I get some championship points for this week.
Alright, a pleasure to speak to you, and sort of unfortunate events for you guys to end up in 8th, but well done, good drive, and congrats on making it to the end.
Yeah, thanks guys.
Well, final interviewee of the day came home in the second spot in your prototype field. We are stood by with Mr. Neil Andrews from the My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing Podcast HPD. And, well, it was a pretty awesome final few hours for you, Neil. You guys sort of, we kind of had that reset with the caution shortly after halfway. You guys were running, I believe, 4th or 5th at that time, and some good strategy got you up to 2nd. What's your opinion on that one? Seems like pretty much the best potential outcome given your guys' pace for the day.
Exactly that. We the safety car come at just the right time for us. So we had a driver in that was doing the stint when the safe car come out. So then we put one of our faster drivers back in the car, and what we did first was the guy that come in with the safety car. We said that just keep driving until you hit the GTEs again. Because obviously we've got a lovely clear track, and as soon as we hit the GTEs, he pitted in and we put the faster driver back in the car, which means he had a clear track while everybody else was fighting through the GTEs. We could put in at least 10 laps of blistering pace, and then I jumped in for the last remaining 2.5 stints, which when the track was clear and sort of put it through. So yeah, amazing.
Definitely a sort of interesting strategy, and it's one of those things that you'll only get with these sorts of races where you can have the potential for caution periods. I know you guys have likely done races, probably done various World Tour events or other league races where it's pretty much green the whole way. What's your opinion? Do you like the fact that the cautions can happen, and you can have those sort of strategy decisions come into play, or do you like the more straightforward approach of the green flag waves and you just go balls to the wall to the end?
No, definitely no. Me and James, one of the other drivers, last season we raced the DGFX. Well, we've raced the DGFX last 2 seasons. First season we raced it, we finished second in the championship, and last season we won the championship in the DGFX in the HPD. And we absolutely love the safety cars coming out, because where we might fall back slightly on pace, as you can see, we qualified 4th, and maybe didn't have some of the pace to keep up with the other guys. We've got great strategists that work on ideas of where it can move us through. So in this race we caught a bit of damage at the beginning, so we had to pit and therefore put us out of sync, but it sort of pushed us around and kept putting our nose in the lead every time the pits went through. So no, we absolutely love the yellow flag racing. It works amazingly.
Well, congratulations, Neil. You guys definitely took full advantage of it, used it to perfection, what you wanted to do. Before we let you go, who gets it done for you guys at the My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing Podcast HPD team? Well, let's just say the team in general. And when's the next time you guys will be racing, and what do you got? What will you be in? When will we see you next time?
Well, basically, the team races in the Le Mans Endurance Series. We won that last season in the Endurance, as well as I won the Sprint Series last year in the MOA TF car. So big thanks to David and Andrew, the team owners, to letting me drive for them. So we're doing the Le Mans Series Sprint and Endurance this season, and also you'll see us in the DGFX Season 6. And we probably will be putting a couple of cars into the Neo as well. So we're sort of branching out and trying getting into the big races.
Well, good luck to you guys on that venture. As someone who's who dropped the ball to my team trying to qualify for the most recent Neo show, I know that can be a little bit difficult getting into it. But good luck to you guys. Hope to see you run strong in your next coming outings.
Yeah, thank you very much, and a big shout out to the drivers that drove with me today. Amazing job to everybody, to Jake, James, and John. Absolutely fantastic drive from everybody.
Well, there he was, final interviewee of the night, Mr. My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing Podcast driver Neil Andrews. Put in a fantastic performance to get the team up towards P2. David, closing thoughts. I don't think I could ask for a better second half of the race for us to broadcast. Initially, when we sat down, things were pretty spread out. There weren't many close fights. But that caution period, it seemed to come at the right time. A lot of strategy opened up for both categories, and there was drama the entire way. It didn't feel like we were sitting here yelling at our computers for the better part of 4.5 hours.
Yeah, my thoughts as well. Love to see a bit of strategy play out, to see some minds look at what they can do with fuel, with tyres, with track position. And I also always love to see some good wheel-to-wheel racing, some proper racecraft. We saw a bit of both. This race could have gone to 10 hours, but we only had one safety car and the pace was good, so they raced 500 miles and they raced 500 more to be the prototypes that got on the podium, and not many fell down at your door.
Yeah, that's definitely how it seemed from us. But from here on RacespotTV, that is going to do it for us for our coverage of the DGFX 1000 miles of Silverstone. Just got to do all of the shout outs to all the sponsors who make these broadcasts possible. ATVO and Werner Designs, cameras, everyone behind the scenes who makes RaceSpot possible. Huge shout outs to you. And of course, huge shout outs to everyone who worked the event today. Connery Maddock, Neil Heady, the leading commentary team for the first half of the race. And of course, David for hopping in with me for the second half. And Mr. Higa Louis produced the whole 8 hours and 56 minutes of the race, plus the pre and post race show. A lot of work went into this one today. Be sure to subscribe to the various broadcasting channels to never miss a moment of action of RacespotTV broadcasting. You can subscribe here on the RacespotTV YouTube, and of course subscribe on the all-new iRacing Esports Network, new venture started by iRacing, and be sure to get there to get all of your action from bulk of your action from RacespotTV, including the World Championships, as well as coverage from LSR TV and V8's Online as well. But from everyone here at RacespotTV, we thank you for making us a part of your Saturday. Hope you're staying cool. If you're in Southern California, hope you're safe with the fires. We hope to see you next time. Bye-bye.